We got our first show match of 2020. So I'm just setting up the map and the players for today. Just adjust my sound slightly. It's all a bit loud for me. So for game 1 today we've got Tundra. Game 2 we've got Ghost Lake. Game 3 we've got Mountain Crossing. So we've got the two newest maps. One, Ghost Lake, created by Recon, and 2, Tundra, created by Erie. Actually, I'm sorry, got those the wrong way around. But anyway, they're pretty sick maps. You guys should really check them out. A lot of cool features. Ghost Lake's pretty much inspired by Ghost Lake out of Age of Mythology. It's also featured in some of the other Age of Empires games. While Tundra, it's Erie's brand new creation. It's pretty sick, really. He's played a lot of RTS games, so I guess he's taken a lot of ideas out of a lot of different places. And there's even convertible units, so yeah, it really makes for something truly something else. Just making sure these guys are ready. Okay, I'm just gonna be a second. Oh, just be 1 second. The game just crashed on me. And now I've just got to wait for Chandler. Now hopefully this isn't gonna crash on me. Alright, so we've got to do some host juggling here and figure out which one of us is going to be the best host between the three of us, because it's not liking me as the host. So I'll Oops. Now, it'll only be a couple of minutes, guys. Just waiting on this lobby to start. Well, it's time you became a celebrity, little fella. Hey? I don't know why Chandler's taking so long to start the game. Oh no, alright, he crashed as well. Is for Hoover back now? Alright. Come on, buddy, I want to go for a smoke now. I know you're just going to pinch the chair. Hoover's telling me a long night. Mate, I know I'm going to have a long night. I'm going to take a pretty fucking long smoke break now.
Hello again.
What's going on, man?
I don't know. I was not going to play, then I was going to play, then
No,
I'm not going
Going
to
to play.
But I'm back in the third game then. So everything is working.
I think so.
Slightly. Almost. We're only late 20 minutes. 30. Okay.
30. 35.
How these people go to the jobs and don't get kicked?
Yeah, that's what I want to know, guys. How do you actually fucking hold down a job when you're this fucking late to everything? Honestly. Honestly, how does your economy function? I mean, it doesn't because you're all from Europe. But,
Yeah, hate my Europe, okay.
alright, well, we'll leave public chat and I'll call you privately so we can do a screen share.
Okay. Okay, let's do it.
Alright. Time to invite Vahuva.
We have whooping 3 viewers, and I am one of them, and Vahuva is probably the same. The show matches are working perfectly.
Yeah. About as functional
know,
as the EU.
Sometimes you get like a lot of viewers on the Age of Empires online, and sometimes you get like none. And by a lot of, I mean like 20. Which is pretty nice considering that the game is basically forgotten by almost everyone.
Ah, well, we'll change that.
Yeah. I mean, I was watching Age of Empires 2 like yesterday, and the pathing of melee units is basically like pathing in Age of Empires 1.
In what,
I
Age of
don't know
Empires
what
2?
they spread something, and melee units just, the cavalryman can go faster than villager because he's stacking on everything.
It's like
Basically,
StarCraft Brood War level clipping.
yeah, it's like you tell your units to go and attack the archers micro, and your knights are dying because they get into the units, hit once, and when the archers fall back, they don't follow. They just stay. So you have pro players with like, pro player micro and a lot of APMs who can't do anything because the units don't react as they should. So I really hope that the game creators will start getting their games ready before they release them.
Is Vahuva going to jump online any minute, or is he just going to sit in menu?
I don't know. He said going online downloading files, and now he's sitting in the menu.
Oh, maybe that's what he means. He's got a patch. Alright, well.
Now,
oh no, here we go. He's online.
In the launcher, it's like he's visiting the region, so he should be in the game.
Oh, here we go. It's finally updated.
Yeah. I mean, it's not our fault. Everything was set ready, as it should be. The only problem is the players are not ready for their own games.
I don't believe this. I can advertise this game in 4 different time zones. And these guys can't fucking turn up for one. Ridiculous.
Yeah, at the same time, you just randomly jump in and Vancouver is like, hey, let's play with me. You just randomly jump into the game and you see these old people online, and there is like 1 day of show matches and they won't show up at the hours they're always on. And it's weekend. Okay, whoever is screaming, I'm online on the chat. Yeah, we're starting next game in like 20. We're starting next best of 3 in 20 minutes. Oh my god. So yeah, now we're waiting for Dershir probably, because from what I can see, with my delay on the mainstream, he went somewhere. And everything is just moving and moving, and we're not starting. Oh my god. By the way, here's Kaspar. Nice to meet you. If you didn't jump on my channel when I'm streaming this game. Thanks everyone for tuning in for the show matches. I hope we'll start soon. I will be co-casting the first game and probably the first series and the last series, because I will be playing the second and third one. Hope you will guys have fun. And what else can I say? Today's map maybe. Yeah, we have today. We have a lot of water on the maps. We have tundra and mountain crossing, both with water. Next, we are starting PC, so you can start the game with going for the water and for the fishing boats. The Ghost Lake have one great ice lake in the middle of the map, at which you can build, and you can't into ships anyway because it's covered in ice. So we have one land map then, and as I said, tundra and mountain crossing will be water. But the interesting fact about the tundra is while creating the map, did add the neutral units you can convert. So we may see someone using this to their advantage. And they are pretty nice. They have a lot of HP, they heal while they're standing still, I think, or while not fighting. They're quite tanky with a lot of damage. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. And we're gonna start. I'm gonna chuck on screen share.
I was talking about maps. I told who am I. I basically tries to entertain a stream a little bit while everyone is waiting. Okay, the screen share is loading, and I can see it. Okay. And now I'm connecting to Sydney, no longer to somewhere in Russia, so we'll see how the connection will go from my screen share.
Well, it's loaded, or it's just on
it's
creating.
Loaded. It's saying it's creating the game.
Yeah.
The graphics are a little bit jumpy, but nothing tragic. We should try the same thing with Double Up server, but with the problems with connection. I don't really want to go too much into it. Because I'm afraid it could make more problems than the good things.
Yeah. Okay, alright, well I'm host.
So the game's filing to launch again.
Yeah, but we're gonna try with me hosting.
Okay.
Hopefully it should work. Alright,
Yeah.
cool. Oh cool, PF2K is done. A new map
Yeah,
overlay.
the new
Wow, that looks so good.
arena. Yeah, it's looking great. Okay, let's see.
Alright, and it looks like I'm actually gonna swap us over to the game. So spawning in the bottom side of the map as the blue Greek player, we've got Chandler. And on the top side of the map, as the red Greek player, we've got Verhoover, and today I'm casting with Caspar.
Hello. Yeah, it might be interesting game, Greek versus Greek. Especially with what we can see today as Chenla may try tower rushing. Verhoover is going for early dog, so he may try to dog the enemy water too. Maybe someone will go for the war leaders. For the barbarian
possibly.
leaders. Or all the war leaders, yeah.
Yeah, so they're quite strong, they don't take up population. They're very tanky, they heal out of combat.
The tankiness is just crazy, and the fact they are healing themselves when they're not in fight. By the way, I remember someone asking if you can convert the barbarian barracks that are somewhere close to them, I think, on the map.
Yeah, I think I was asking that, whether you could convert them as Egyptian.
Yeah, and it's a really good question, we need to check it.
So this is interesting.
Chandler going for the bar, I don't think that's a great idea, as the bar is the same food source as every other hand, and
he's still got all that travel distance, and either he throws down a storehouse, which is going to be hard to defend, or he's got all that travel time.
Yeah, I mean the place is great for the second PC, so it's really well. It's giving you stone, it's giving you gold, it's giving you. It's close to the woodline, it's close to the berries. It's really basically perfect spot for your second PC.
Yeah, it is.
Lure the boars to the second PC, so you hunt from there. But
so both of them are playing really passively at this stage.
Yeah, Chandler did spot the. Okay, the Verhoover is doing what I thought he will do. So he's going for the dog on
proxy
the
dog.
Chandler's
Yeah.
water.
So this is quite smart.
Chandler did scout the Verhoover dog, and he's going for H2, but he didn't go for dog on his own.
Yeah, so Chandler hasn't got a dock on either water, and even though he's going to get the faster H2 here, Verhoover's going to be safe to get the H2 and get some warships out in time.
Yeah, and he won't really need to care about the food, because the food he will get from these both dogs will support his economy for the basically whole game if it.
Yeah, if he manages to hold the water, definitely it's going to last him well into late game. And Chandler's really.
Verhoover just now going for the H2, but he can easily catch the Chandler in storm production. So he will probably throw his town center faster. Yeah,
so because Verhoover has the later H2, he's already up 4 villages which Chandler's going to catch up on now because Verhoover's aging up. But in the meantime, Verhoover's going to have fishing boats. He's going to be able to get the warship not long after his age too, because he's going to have the gold for it.
Yeah, and he's not really losing that much of the advantage of the villagers, because just the fishing boats giving him like 30 foot per run are enough to support like 2 villagers, in my opinion.
Oh, he's up in villages.
Yeah.
So even though he's got to invest in the docks, yeah, so it's pretty much worth it. And then Chandler's was sort of losing out the fact that he had to distance gather from that boar. I think really you sort of want to probably put the storehouse right here.
Look at the stone gatherer. He don't gather stone straight into the storehouse standing next to the stone, but just didn't build it and go for the long gather to the DC. It's not a
long gather though, yeah. But even still, it's, you know, not as quickly as basically instant.
Yeah, and he was gathering with only 2 villagers, so the Vancouver have second DC going up right now, and Chandler still needs 20 and stone right now. And he's just having a lot of wood he's not using. He should drop archer range probably.
Yeah, well that's it. He should look at throwing up an archery range or a stables.
Yeah.
He's got the town center, but he's still got...
Vancouver now needs to be like trying to guess what's going on, because you can see his scout going through the beach, checking if there is no... Maybe not the beach, more like a shore. Checking if there is no dog, but he can't find anything, so still didn't start producing anything from his second dog. And we can see like Gohi past this, but I don't think they will do much.
Well, that's it. It's a single fishing ship can kill them before they can kill the dock. So, and all he needs to do is get out a second fishing ship to repair the dock, and he needs, to get another 2 Harpaspis to actually start dealing damage to it.
And then with this TC, range of the second TC,
so the only thing he might be able to get is this house right now, I think. Which is what he's going to have to do.
Because Vancouver is not up, and he have his first Toxodyssey out. Yeah.
So if they had have gone straight for the house, they might have got it. But I think just because they sort of just waited here, moseyed on over to the villager, and then went on it so low as well, they didn't get anything for that. So he's going for range, stables, barracks.
And Vancouver is starting his fish production.
Yeah, so Hoover's economy is looking really well.
We have heavy wood production because of going dogs, so he can easily now support the fishing ships and Toxodyssey.
That's it, he's got double fishing ship production.
Food at all.
Yeah. Chandler's got
going 1-1-1. I don't think that's a great idea after spotting the Toxodyssey.
That's it, he probably is better off playing really heavy around his stables.
Yeah.
Maybe getting a small amount of infantry just to have a little bit of a front line, and then just playing around Saris. Just to try and shut down the range, especially because he knows he's going to be at an economic disadvantage. Like, he hasn't taken water. He's got to know by now that his opponent probably has looked at taking his water. So, Chandler...
Yeah, we have Faris in the chat saying that the map is really uncomfortable. I don't think so.
I like the map.
You have 2 entrances to your base from both sides, and they're one uncomfortable. Oh my god, now I won't say the word, but the one really annoying thing about it, that's the water, because it's easy for your enemy to dock it.
So he's got just enough. He needs 7 Toxodyssey to snipe a villager. I'm going to keep that in mind. But here's a Sari actually, so that's good time, because they're going to basically one-shot Toxodyssey.
Yeah. And the Chandler going for his 1-1-1, and Vancouver is just now making spears. If Chandler would go for double stables, he could easily clean all of the Vancouver army right now and go for little raid.
Yeah, that's it. All he needs to do is just snipe the
And he-
Toxotes and take the infantry fight and then push. But in saying that,
Yeah, because his infantry will get melted, his Toxotes don't have enough numbers right now, and his Starizophorai don't have enough numbers too.
yeah. But he is at an economic disadvantage already too, so which is pretty significant because the Hoover's actually throwing up more docks. A lot more docks.
Yeah, but basically he's throwing more docks so he can get more the drop-off zone, so his fishing boat don't need to travel that far to drop the fishes.
It's basically a storehouse / town center for your
Yeah.
fishing ships. So
If you
it's always
consider
worth.
how much food he's getting just from the fishing ships, let's see, do he have any other food income except of fishing ships? I don't think so.
Nah, I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Nothing.
By the look of it,
And
it's
he has- And he have over 200 without no problem.
And here he is taking a good little wedge fight here because the Saris have to try and come through the infantry, but there isn't a lot of infantry for him. So right now he's sort of backed into a corner. Oh, and he
Yeah.
micros under the deer, which isn't good because instead of pulling out of the fight, the Toxotes were locked up for an extra hit worth there. So
Yeah,
That wasn't
but
too
the
good for
Saris
Vahuva.
At the same time, we're fighting spearmen.
that's true.
He should control group his Saris to the different group and just try to, you know, go for the flank with them. Because Chenla is now winning, but he's winning only because the Vancouver is backing out right now.
Yeah, the Hoover is playing so greedy and tech oriented behind this as well. In a sense,
Yeah.
he's sort of is only gathering with fishing ships, yet he's banking a lot more food. And at the moment, he's really only just struggling to throw up some production facilities, which he's doing now.
Yeah.
So they're going to be up in time here for him to hold, I think.
He lost first fight because of Tower standing there and focusing his units, and now he's losing because he's falling back, so he's getting damaged while his units are backing out. But in his own base, there's no way that he will lose.
Yeah, he won't get pushed out of his own base.
Out.
Chandler's sort of forced to retreat for now.
Stables. Yeah, the upgrade for the range attack, where Chenla is still behind in the score, is going for H3. So probably he thinking about adding some hoplites and upgrades for his units.
So does Chandler hasn't taken any ranges yet, and this is not too smart of an idea, having all your houses here so close to the water, because your opponent only needs to get warship.
He don't really know that Vancouver have his water, and Vancouver not really holding any military ships next to his shore, but yeah.
Oh look, Chandler's going to try and take the stone down there, so he's going to find out about it eventually.
Yeah.
That's a lot of villages actually, so he might even finish
But
a...
If Vancouver spotted, he will just do trireme or something and stop him. At the same time, this raid is going straight into Woodline, which is guarded by the army of the Vancouver, so...
But did you see...
Vancouver is getting philosophy.
and that many Toxotes still only really took half the health of 2 Saris then.
Yeah, Chenla did get H3, but he's not really doing
Ooh,
anything.
he's going to finish the guard tower in time, so he's...
Yeah, now he did throw the units. Yeah, the Chenla... Okay, I missed a lot of chat. The Chenla did play this map. He's played this map versus the Spaniard.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, that was the one where he, yeah, where he towered up there. It's a really good game to watch, actually. So Vahuva has actually got this other dock here. And he's going to push in on this side.
Yeah, but he did stop one of Vancouver docks at his water, not the second one. And Verhoeven did move, but didn't attack move, so...
Oh, Verhoeven's going to get all these villagers in the meantime while Chandler's locked up. He's going to try and
Yeah.
push him with the Saris over here and try and get a lot of...
He did lose the shields because of bonus from the towers against the shields, but at the same time he's losing his whole army in his base.
Hmm.
He did
He's losing
add the...
most of the villagers down here. But he's getting most of the
he did
villagers
add
up here.
Podromos. He did add Podromos to his army, but... there
GG
were
from
nothing
Chandler.
to counter. Yeah, GG. He did add Podromos, but... and he did add the hoplites, but he didn't need to. There were no really counters for them in the Verhoeven combo. Verhoeven was still just doing Toxotis Spearman and he passed this. And he just won with that. Now he started adding in H3 some hoplites, but still no cavalry for him. Yeah, I don't really know why Chandler did ignore the water, especially as the Age of Empires 2 player he is, where water is really important food source. Basically in every Age of Empires, water is best choice for the food if you can protect it. So totally ignoring food here was just great mistake.
Yeah.
And at the same time, even if you go for the farms without upgrades, they're basically useless for you. So now we'll go see Ghost Lake. Yeah, maybe here he will do water. There is no water at all. When I see a gold counter, I'm so jealous of you. And Crimson being is now online, and he was supposed to play me right now, I think.
Yeah, but this is running a bit late, so...
The only person who is on time.
Yeah, Crimson's always on time.
So the next series is me versus Crimson, and then me versus System Glitch. And then we're getting to great finale of Carnage versus Verhoeven.
Yeah, so Verhoeven's actually switched
Now
to
we'll
Persian.
see.
Oh.
Yeah. What? Why they are declining the game?
I think he might have done it accidentally.
I hope
Oh, actually.
so.
Yeah, Verhoeven just needed a second.
You have like 45 seconds of waiting time. You can always just click it in the last second, not decline at the first one. So yeah, anyway, we'll see what will happen now.
Please don't tell me.
Will Chandler somehow get to the third game and win right now, or will he get crushed?
Don't tell me this isn't going to start. Just because Verhoeven swapped civs. Oh, goodness. I don't know if he could do this today.
Yeah, and the Faras in the chat said that the only reason to ignore water is to gain the advantage on the land.
But that's it.
Yeah,
You've got to
but
sort of take a decisive
none of the-
advantage on the land. So
yeah, he did get advantage on the land by sending two Hippastis into enemy base and let them die to the enemy TC fire.
well, that's sort of the
So,
thing though. If he had just maybe sent like 6, destroyed the house and backed out, it might have been worth it.
I mean,
You know.
with faster H2, he had a lot of wood. If he would go for few Hippastis and like 2-3 Photoxodis, then he would probably win the early exchange and he could do something, but
Hmm.
yeah.
Well, that's
Now
sort of
we
the
are
thing, I
fighting
suppose.
again.
If you've got to sort of get the most out of your macro to be able to make the most out of those little plays a lot of the time. Because you know, if you're missing villages, if you're over gathering, if you're late killing stuff up in production, you know, you're locking yourself up and putting yourself behind. So even when you're dealing damage, you're not necessarily coming out ahead.
Yeah. And now the chat is praying for the game to work. Yeah. I don't know why, but from like this season in the PvP, I had a lot of more bugs with the connection and playing the game. I don't know what happened.
Oh yeah, it might just be a bit temperamental.
Yeah, a few more kicks, something with connection. I don't know. Maybe something with server.
Yeah, well, it could be the fact that there's just more people on as well, too. Because, like, I'm noticing a lot more
Yeah,
100,
there
120 players, that sort of thing. Even when it's not, like, peak hours.
If I'm checking the number of players on typically I stream, it's like 150 or above. So we have more players than we used to.
Oh, that's for sure. Which is nice.
Yeah. And I still can't get anyone in PvP. And now it's not connecting again. And Chandler is getting pissed.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have the Hoover host when this time's
Yeah,
out.
and we're sitting in the... That's my less favorite bug when you still sitting in the creating game while everyone else is writing. Optimal said he's missing Kaban versus Greeky on the Treasure Island. Greeky didn't respond.
What's this, sorry?
Optimal said he's missing Kaban versus Greeky on the Treasure Island.
Why are they playing right now?
I don't know. Yeah, and if you check the in general, you see Poseidon trying to find one of your rank right now. Also known as I'm trying to connect it to you, but I can't.
Yeah.
I don't know what is happening with his PC or something. I could never connect to him, and I think if his ports open and everything is alright for him because I
don't know.
Playing versus.
I used to be able to connect to him fine, and now I just can't. Now it's like 10 times worse than connecting to Vindicator, which is weird.
I was sitting like 7 minutes in 1v1 and it was pairing me with Poseidon and it was kicking both of us and yeah, 7 minutes of my life.
Alright, well, if this doesn't work with the Hoover host, we're going to make Chandler host, and if that doesn't work, fuck it.
Then we're going to the next series.
Yeah, we're just going to go to the next series and call it at that. They get the same rewards, so...
Yeah, and I will get then... Now I'm stressed because Optimal will be watching me.
Coach.
I need to show my best. using the more dogs for the single player for the PvE, of course.
Of course.
I'm going for a lot of gold.
Which one? The gold generation one? Yeah, it's pretty good too.
I'm typically going for the resources now in the H4 with the.
Well, I mean, that's it. If you can spend them, then you can also just like delete villages and use the population for aggression.
Okay, let's go. Persia versus Greeks. Vancouver versus Chandler.
Yeah, so
Let's see what will happen.
the bottom side of the map, we've actually got Chandler as the blue Greek player, and on the top side of the map, we have Vahuva as the red Persian player.
And Vancouver is going more aggressive. He's have wood collect gathering right now, so he can build the barracks right now.
I don't know why he actually pulled that villager out, put it back on the TC just to send it there with nothing gathered.
Yeah,
like, surely
send it into the storehouse and get.
he over mechanically played that. Like,
Yeah. Look at my pro moves.
But I don't want to talk too much shit because he will kill me. He's playing so strongly at the moment.
Yeah, I played few games versus him and I got destroyed. One game I was surviving as the Babylon, but then I didn't have enough archers because I was surviving only because the archers don't cost me gold. I was throwing like thousands of archers to die. And then my forest did finish and I didn't have wood and I died. Because yeah, I couldn't counter the chariots, I couldn't counter the Serpentoms, I didn't have H4 for myself, so I just died and I was basically closing my base. I can't really play versus aggressive cells as the Babylons on the equal footing. I have no way of winning that.
It's a weird matchup because Babylonians are probably supposed to go, and Persians too, are probably supposed to actually go for an archery range first. Because realistically, no amount of spearmen is going to be good enough to keep you alive if your opponent just masses spears. Or he can just go longswordsman.
Especially as
and you don't get the
Babylon.
opportunity to, especially as Babylon, and then Persia's next so because they've got Sparbara and then Spearman. Like they haven't got.
Sparbara are still better because
Yeah.
Babylon swordsmen, Babylon spearmen with their 35 gold per one is basically sick. You waste so much gold on the spearmen if you don't have good economy.
Sparbara are pretty easy to afford. Like, to be honest, I've fought with Sparbara into throwing Axemen before, and it's not that bad because realistically, with 8-10 healing, as long as you pull the low ones out, you can do it for long enough to get 3 or 4 rangers going up behind it.
Yeah, I mean, we fought each other with Sparbara versus my Norse with the throwing Axemen. And you did win because I did stop producing unit for a second to get H3 for the upgrades, and you basically sweep me there.
That's sort of the thing. Like, I've even had games with Vindicator where you can basically rely on the fact that you've just got more Sparbara than he has throwing Axemen after his Spearman to actually for him to wipe you off the map, and then you just throw down 8-10s. And
Sparbara is such a great unit for the H1. He's basically much better than any possible units because, yeah, you get spearmans at H1, but you don't need the spearmans at H1 because no one uses cavalry at H1.
Well, that's it. Even though the Norse spearmen are probably the best at actually taking fights.
I mean,
Sparbara are just nice because they've got so much defensiveness. They've got so much pierce armor. So
Yeah, and they quite
against the town center, they take like no
quite
damage.
cheap, or they're quite cheap for the armor they have.
Yeah,
And I think that will be Vancouver win soon.
well, he's already
Because-
pinched the villager, so
Yeah.
Chandler's
Chandler
actually stopped
First
villager
of all-
production. This isn't looking too good for him.
Chandler
Ah, here we go.
did start this gathering of ships quite far from his main PC, but that's not the problem. The problem is he's not fighting in his PC range. His
Hmm.
buildings, everything is out of the PC, so the Vancouver can deal damage without even getting shot by PC. And
That's
even
it.
in the PC range, he still is safe because Barabar Pierce armor versus Age 1 PC is not that dangerous for him. So yeah, now he did get pushed, but only because he was focusing
His economy back at home, yeah. So he's actually got his second town center
He's Age 2 and Chenla is still Age 1 with not
no
enough
stone.
food, and
He's got
Oh my.
750 wood too, so
he could
the
move.
Hoovers put
he
a
could
lot of
easily
pressure
move-
on him.
He could easily move all of his wood villagers onto the berries or onto the stone right now
Mm,
and just try to age up.
that's it. He just should get on his stone and gold, chuck down a production facility and chuck down a town center as soon as he ages. Because he really is going to need it now that the Hoovers got this big economic advantage over him.
Yeah,
But moving these spears in isn't the worst idea, because realistically, if your opponent's slow on taking their second town center and you get there in time to interrupt it, you can really equalize
he would
things.
interrupt it right now. He could do something, but he didn't interrupt. He's fighting next to the 8th and
Which is not too good as well, because like as you just mentioned, with that 8 tent, a single spearman's damage is effectively undone.
yeah, and now the TC is up and that Kevin went for the tower, but he did delay it and build the house, so and now this few, even with this few Barabara he get good option to block the first attack of the Toxodis because they will take the damage.
Well, that's sort of the beauty of Sparbara and Shield Bearers, is that you can have them and pretty much blindly play into heavy bowman comps, whereas the other civs, because their infantry are such heavily focused around infantry counters and around being countered by ranged, you just don't get that opportunity.
Yeah.
Which is again,
Berserker just now is basically on his rush to win. He's getting archers so he countered the Hephaestus of the Chenla. Chenla is on the 100 wood because he's adding.
but
buildings
Chandler's
like
actually going
crazy.
double stables. There's no range for Chandler yet, so that's actually a good sign in a sense.
Yeah,
But in saying that, he
That's
does need to keep
legit.
his hypers alive. He needs to keep all of his villagers alive. He can't lose anything from here.
but look at Chenla's gold right now.
Oh,
Even
and he
with all
needs to
this
keep on top of his
all this
economy.
gold,
He
he
really
can't
needs these
stop
guys
it.
over here, and he needs to get all these economic upgrades so he can catch up. Because if not, he can't.
Do he have the gloss for? No, he don't have gloss.
He has no
He's
economic
gathering his
upgrades.
stone without break, so he's basically he didn't make the break, so they basically still need to run the corner for the storage.
The Hoover's already set up for age 3. Like if the Hoover can age 3, he's got the stone
Yeah,
to take his third town center.
Verhoover is housed. He's basically, yeah, look, he did build house and he's pop jumping, just he's adding new production.
So the Hoover's
So-
economy is in a wonderful spot at the moment. Chandler taking
At the
his
same
second
time,
town
Chenla
center.
is half of the population Verhoover is. Yeah, and it's the victory for Verhoover.
So GG.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
I think he just sort of tapped out because he realised that he'd really been delayed
Yeah.
that much with that early harass there from Verhoover. Because Verhoover really got a lot of damage. He got a couple of villager kills. He got the house really low, and then just absolutely decimated all of Chandler's early spearmen, and Chandler was forced to sort of gather inefficiently with the berries, and he'd even was distance gathering.
Right, yeah. Yeah, what? Are you stream sniping? Don't stream snipe. Stream sniping is bad.
Yeah, well, Chandler, he got up to like 750 wood, and then he got to like 850 food, so he basically locked up 1600 resources as there as well.
Getting a lot of wood in early, before you get to the H2 is good, because you can drop your second DC and like...
And your stables, yeah.
Once. But at the same time, he didn't have other resources ready. He was not prepared to get to the H2 because the push just destroyed him. Yeah, look at this wood.
Yeah, so that's a lot of resources to have in the bank early.
Did you check the idle time for villagers?
I haven't just yet, but I will in a sec. But then his gold gathering was actually, on the other hand, very minimal, which is what really hurt him.
He didn't gather gold at all. He did throw this few...
So he did a good job at actually not being idle, but in saying that, Vahiva had a big advantage in economy.
Look at his gold gathering right now. He had like one villager at the gold long time, and now he did start. So maybe he could now jump back into taking advantage with some Sarasafari and everything, but I don't really know.
Well, I think if he had been faster on the Saris, he probably could have been okay then, to be honest. I think he would just sort of fell that far behind on the economic game just because of those big banks. And he was forced back onto the berries. And realistically, that's basically close to 2,000 resources worth of a disadvantage just based off those things. But anyway, I'll see these guys later.
The population difference was drastically growing for Vancouver, so... Okay, so I will get into the game right now and disconnect from here.
Yeah, get out of here, you stream sniper.
I will be able to see my games versus Crimson. Crimson first, then the system glitch. Yeah, we will see. Okay, so I will try to come back for the Carnage versus Vancouver to help you command. Co-cast with you. And for now, I'm getting into the game.
Yeah, alright, well, good luck against Crimson, man.
Yeah. Hope the chat will help me and will, support me from their cities there in their homes.
Alright guys, sorry about the quietness. Whoops, wrong building. So for game number 1, we've got Tundra. And it looks like a Babylonian mirror between the two. I'll just get some stuff ready here. Alright. %60 of the time, it works every time. Alright, so starting off for the series between Crimson and Casper, we are on Tundra. And spawning on the bottom side of the map as player 1, we've got Casper as the blue Babylonian. And on the top side of the map, as the red Babylonian, we have Crimson Cantab. So, guys, I hope you enjoy this mirror matchup we've got. Neither player has actually taken a quick hunting dog, so guys, what on earth are you doing? Oh, okay, that makes sense. So, Crimson's taking a quick dock, Casper's taking quick barracks. We have to see how this one pans out for them. Whether the aggression or the greed is the way to play today. So Casper just scouting out his side of the map. Crimson actually with a fairly aggressive scout. Or, well, maybe it's more of a defensive scout realistically, because he doesn't have the opportunity to throw out any fighting units while he's taking this quick dock, quick fishing ship. So he's actually gathering just off that one ox cart, getting the wood there. It's a really interesting play, really smart play from him. But Casper in the meantime is seizing the opportunity to get out the barracks. Isn't going to be far off the spearman, I don't think. Although he's possibly looking to see what his opponent's doing first. Actually just getting out the bottom side of the map. Now starting his spearman production, getting a house. So maybe he shouldn't have had these all queued up here if he wanted to try and get the spearman out as early as possible. Crimson's actually now in a nice economic position with the villagers all coming back here. He's going to get out the ox cart. So Babylonian, instead of just being able to throw out a storehouse like the other civilizations, Babylonians, they get these ox carts. So they've actually got to train these ox carts, which do take up population, to actually gather and not have to travel. So Casper needs to look at getting this moved over here, which he will do. Oh, I think it might automatically move. And he's getting a third spearman. Crimson at this stage, he's actually got a lot of food in the bank. 400 food, that's shitloads. And he's getting another fishing boat for his troubles. So Crimson is going to have a lot of food here. A couple of sheep Casper can steal here. Casper's actually looking at expanding onto the water. That seems awfully far back on the water. I mean, far back on the land. Dock placements in this game just do not make any sense to me. I mean, look at this. This thing is like 80% on the land, right? And this thing is like 2% on the land. Like, come on, man. You can't tell me that's the same. So we've got a Ziggurat coming out for Casper, but it's a little bit later than Crimson's. And Crimson, it's actually at a bit of a stone disadvantage to Casper, who's up to nearly 300 already. But in saying that, he's actually got a fair bit more wood than his opponent. Got wood. So both of them opting for pretty similar sort of openings. Casper obviously a little bit later on the dock, and Crimson in the meanwhile doesn't have any early spears yet, but he is going to be able to hold, considering he has got that double fishing boat. So Casper, with only 3 spearmen, is really only restricted to poking at things, maybe trying to get onto here, because he's not going to be able to do any damage under TC fire with only that much health. That's only 750 health across the 3 units, so it's not even worth trying with that small of an amount. He really needs 5 or 6 to try and pinch a villager or 2 this early on in the game under TC fire. So his light aggression sort of not really faring him any better off in terms of what damage he can deal early. Favour his opponent's slightly greedy build, but also somewhat defensive with the fact that he's got the fishing boats with the range, in a sense. So, and he is getting the second town centre now, throwing up the archery range. So his opponent a little bit ahead on the archery range at the moment, Casper. So meanwhile, Casper's second town centre going to be delayed. So the Hoover is going to have economic advantages over Casper. Casper, in the meanwhile, may have a slight military advantage, because there is still no barracks just yet to Crimson. So we've got a stables actually coming down here. Crimson going to look at trying to drive his opponent's infantry out. No, it's a double garden here, so no barracks just yet for Crimson. And Casper having his dock scouted by Crimson. Come on, man. What's this? What's going on over here? Hey? What's this? Oh, Crimson saves his scout. That's a big production queue for Crimson. Casper's a little bit more conservative. There's no constant stream of bearers, but there is one coming out now. Here we go. Some slingers coming out, some bearers coming out. More fishing boats for both players. So hopefully should make for a couple of interesting fights. Although being a mirror matchup, if your composition is wrong, you are just going to get deleted. So Casper now actually expanding onto the stables, and I think Hoover is probably going to look at maybe taking... I mean, why do I keep saying Hoover? Crimson. I keep thinking about last game. Crimson is going to look at probably moving... Yeah, he has got the barracks, got the stables. Both players essentially getting back onto their 1-1-1, just taking a different way of getting there. And they're probably going to look at adding a second of each structure behind this too. So this is an interesting sort of force, very anti-ranged oriented, whereas Crimson's is very anti-infantry oriented. These little forces. So let's see if Casper can do a little bit of damage here. He's sort of doesn't have a lot here, but he's going to get the scout. So Crimson isn't really going to be able to tell what's going on unless he decides to throw one of these Lancers forward. But Crimson, in the meanwhile, getting his Nat Lures upgrade, is on a couple more fishing ships, is on a couple more gardens. So economically, he does have a slight lead over Caspar right now. He's really only managed to snipe that one villager. Hasn't really done hasn't really got anything out of his early pressure. And is sort of playing on the back foot economically right now. So there's a range coming up right now for Caspar. Taking some houses here. It's a nice position. Gives him a good defensive wall against Crimson's raiding Lancers, which are going to hit very soon now that he's got 6 of them. So he hasn't yet opted for pharmacology. Neither player has... Oh, actually I take that back. Caspar has actually opted for pharmacology. So Crimson killing the couple of bears that are up there. And might look at just waiting and seeing if his opponent moves out. Because basically, the best time to raid is when your opponent's on your doorstep. Because how else is he going to be able to turn around? I mean, how else is he going to be too late to turn around and attack you? It looks like we've got a small break in play. Crimson just has to AFK for a second. Alright, so we're back. Crimson's economy is in full swing. He's up to 60 villagers. Caspar down to 46. He's a bit delayed at town centre. Gotten a little bit more in terms of... Actually, they're on the same foot now in terms of their town centre techs. Didn't think I'd seen Crimson sneak them in, but Crimson, a couple more fishing boats. Caspar, a little bit slower on his dock. Hasn't got his second dock either. So he's going to be a little bit slower on that one too. Crimson, nice Lancer count here. He's going to look at cutting in to Caspar's base. Trying to snipe something, so... I wonder if the Lancers, if he's going to have enough here. He's going to delay a lot of gathering time. It's going to force Caspar to have to react. Hasn't actually... Oh, he's got one repairing, so... Is that going to be enough? One Lancer might fall, so the first Lancer falls. But he's still doing enough damage. Oh, Caspar has to rally 2 back to repair the dock. So Crimson is going to get denied on the dock. Meanwhile, Caspar has moved up onto this front. Crimson bringing up some more production on this side of the map. So he has got pharmacology now, Crimson. So he might be able to get a couple of kills here. He's going to force a big pullback of workers. But the Lancer is going to fall. Well, this is nice to see. So there's already 3 docks for Crimson going up behind this. So he's going to be in the perfect setup to actually look at using merchant transports along the whole back of the map too. So even though his raiding pretty fruitless, dealing a little bit of damage, only getting a little bit of gathering time denied. Oh, these ships are still tasked onto the dock. But, oh, up here, on the top side of the map, we've got some Lancers just disengaging, trying to take a better position. Caspar forcing his way into Crimson's base. And looking at taking an age 3 behind this. So he's at a bit of a population disadvantage, but he's got a nice pressure game at the moment. He's not going to have enough here to do anything, I don't think. But this is going to buy him the ability to get to age 3, get some more upgrades out, get the 3rd town centre down. So he just really needs to pick up his production behind this though. because Crimson is just gathering and spending all over the map. There's 3 upgrades coming out right now for Caspar. He's going for Slinger and Bowman champion, so he probably is looking to do some sort of mass archer comp. But Crimson is playing a very nice mixed comp, playing very heavily on these Lancer raids. He wants to make things happen here. He wants to get some good villager kills, try and open up the game economically. So it's not often good to fight Lancer v Spearmen, because the Spearmans will trade cost effectively at even numbers. I mean at even investment value. Not so much even numbers, but realistically the Lancers, they're a 110 resource unit. The Spearmen, they're what, 60? 70? So right now Crimson is really cutting off this town centre, and he's going to look at trying to snipe the second town centre of Caspars, who's looking taking his side all the way on the other side of the map. And the army is a little bit slow to get here, so Crimson is going to be able to snipe this town centre with this huge Bowman ball. And he's going to get a lot of good villager picks behind this, because they're going to go straight on there. Oh, it nearly snipes the ox cart too. Big force of bearers, so he can tank through all the range damage. And the mounted archers just chipping through the lancers, but the bowmen not really doing much to the infantry here. Meanwhile, Crimson has a huge bowman force himself and has the economy to back all this up. He's still on 160 production. Caspar is hurriedly getting up some more stables. He really needs to get more mounted archers, really needs to get more archers. He needs to get some slingers of his own now. He's got the upgrade for them, so he's got Slinger champion. He really needs to get some good slingers out here. He's going to lose his gardens here now. So Crimson, I don't know, he's still, yeah, Crimson's looking at adding in the merchant transports behind him now, so he's really, oh, sorry, my cat's trying to kick me out of my own chair. And right now, Crimson really forcing Caspar back. Taking his third town centre behind this. Caspar back down to only on 2 town centres. If he doesn't hold here, this is going to be it for this game, I think. Because there's nowhere for him to go. He's down by 80 population now. And he's losing more and more. Crimson just has a huge force of bowmen now. He's patrolling all through his opponent's base, picking off some important villager kills. But right now, Caspar's problem is he needs to get more out in the field, and GG. So that was a very decisive push there from Crimson, actually. Just pushing all the way down into Caspar's base, taking the second town centre, and Caspar just clamoring to try and get his economy going again, but he's just late on production facilities, and there's just too much for him to deal with. There's 35 bowmen there unanswered in the end, and GG, well played, guys. So yeah, it just all seemed to really go wrong there for Caspar, who just seemed to have the wrong sort of composition, wrong sort of angle on his fight. Lost the town centre, and it all seemed to go south from there. Alright, now I've got to kick this cat out of my chair. Alright, thank you. Shit. Alright, so it looks like they both civ swapped on me, which is always nice. So we've got a Celt versus Celt. Yeah, Yeah, alright guys, so I'm going to take a quick smoke break, and then we're going to have Celt versus Celt, Caspar versus Crimson, and we're going to be playing on Ghost Lake for game number 2. Alright guys, sorry about the delay. I've forgotten to change the map counter in the others. Casper said as champion of 2v2 he's not showing his best. What's the matter, little bugger? Alright, so for game 2, I can stop playing with my cat. We've got Casper spawning on the right hand side of the map as the blue Celt player. And on the left side of the map we have Crimson Cantab spawning as a red Celt player. So we've got another mirror matchup coming our way between these two folks. And this matchup is pretty rush intensive. So Crimson actually opting to distance gather, but pulling a village away at the last second to save the time. Might as well gather off the storehouse. Probably would have liked to do that a bit sooner, but it is what it is. He was probably trying to reposition his scout when it was heading over. Casper actually going for a really early barracks. Crimson going for a slightly later barracks. But they've both actually opted for the storehouse first, before barracks. And then from there, they'll probably go for another storehouse each before they really think at varying things between the pair of them. So both only build the barracks with a single worker. It is quite common to see people build their first barracks with 2, just to speed it up that little bit because it is quite a long build time at 50 seconds. But in saying that, if you build it with a second, you are going to take an economic hit for doing so because the worker build time doesn't half. It's not a complete halving of the build time, so yeah, it's not as optimal to do. Casper already has his spear. Crimson has his first in queue now. So Casper really wants to look at applying the early pressure. Getting a storehouse now. Crimson for now doing the same sort of setup. Just a little bit slower on that first spear. Casper, he can steal these, that'd be quite nice for him. So he's going to instantly do some damage on the villager and pull out. Try and take the 2v2 fight. He's going to have to micro his heart out here though. So someone needs to look at getting a couple of kills here to actually win this. So both players getting a spear kill. Casper actually doing a reasonable job at making up for his his attackers' disadvantage. But now Crimson's scouts coming in, that's going to do that little bit more extra damage to the spearman. So now Crimson's early defense is going to be able to hold here. Casper and Crimson both looking at playing quite standard and looking at aging up to age 2 rather than trying to play 2. Oh, actually I take that back. Crimson's throwing up the second barracks and looking at pushing out now that he's got a couple of good kills. So this is a really good position for Crimson to be doing this in. Now that he's got that slight lead on the spear count, if he takes his second barracks and pushes in right now hard, secures his other hunts, he's going to be in a good position to parade push into his opponent, even just off the spearman, if he chooses to do so. Because Casper is actually looking at expanding onto the hunt and taking his stone early. So if Crimson can interrupt something here, which he's going to get this rear side hunt, which is real nice. Because this is 5 villages undefended. So this is going to be a big pullback for Casper early on. Crimson is going to do a lot of economic damage with this. Casper still gathering stone and wood predominantly. Not actually producing anything at the moment. He really wants to try and get enough food to get that age 2. So he's going to get that. But Crimson is going to have a huge force of spearmen. And if he also tech switches at the right time here, then he's going to really be able to overwhelm his opponent. And this is a big force of spearmen. More houses being thrown up. He's taking the stone behind this as well. So Crimson already on 9 spearmen. Casper's age 2, only about 2/3 finished, and he's only on 4 spearmen. So getting forced off this next hunt is going to be quite painful for Casper, and he's going to have to try and hold on for the economic gain to really start to show, because this second barracks of his is going to get interrupted, and Crimson's going to be able to win fights in multiple spots right now with his spearman advantage. But in saying that, Crimson didn't have quite enough there, not enough control on them. So Casper's 3 spearmen actually did a nice job at forcing this pullback. So Crimson not able to get as much as he could have. Casper actually scouting out some distant hunts just as an emergency plan, because he might have to look at doing that. He's stacking the town centre, so Casper, and queuing up a whole bunch of longswords. So Casper looks to be defending nearly as well as he could be. Probably could throw down another barracks as well in the meantime, just to have just as much to defend with. But Crimson has a good amount of spearmen still, so he's going to interrupt this town centre. Casper really being punished for not having enough villagers on it just to get that up fast enough, and not having that second or third production facility at this stage, because Crimson, with the 2 racks, is able to put a lot of early pressure on his opponent and really snowball this game in his favour. Crimson's going to be in a better position to take this delayed town centre now than Casper would be with the greedy town centre, but just because of all this early aggression now. And even though it's spearmen versus longswords, at 16-4, it's still a fairly easy trade. So all he has to do is look at making the tech switch himself. But Crimson has actually cut villagers, which might not be such a good idea, because personally when I try and do these plays, I play as greedy as I can on economic techs behind it, because that's where you really can force out as much as possible, and these longswords are going to get a lot of good connects actually. 3 spearmen actually falling simultaneously there. So now that it's 7 longswords to about 20 spears, it's not so good for Crimson, who's a little bit slower on the age 2 than he probably could be there. And on that third barracks, really he could probably have both of those barracks down, this 3rd and 4th, if he wants to try and make as much out of a cutthroat early build as he can on the Celts, because you truly can work wonders on this Civ with your early aggression. I've personally found a build where you can fit in 3 barracks before your second house. And you know, if you don't get forced back on your hunts and basically take as little economic early damage as you did as Crimson, if you do it, you can practically end your opponent if they don't do any other economic damage, and if they don't immediately transition properly. But right now, Crimson is sort of on the back foot in the sense that he's got all these spearmen versus these long swordsmen, so even though it's about 20 to about 10, it's not a favourable trade until he gets the long swordsman out. Now, Casper is going to be able to play catch up, and is going to be able to get his second town centre. So Crimson's is a little bit slower. This is a big army though, so Casper may be overwhelmed here. Especially if Crimson siphons off a couple of the spearmen to go and deal economic harass behind this. So yeah, that's a good push, although he really should keep the longswordsman here to take the fight with. Meanwhile, Casper doing well to actually hold off against this early aggression. Does need to probably get another barracks himself out. Or maybe look at getting a couple of the druids out, which he is doing. But maybe look at getting a macro grove as well. If you can't take any hunts in CVC, you really need to look at creating your own herdables. I'm not sure if this is a good fight for Crimson, because Casper now has the healing and is inside the TC range. But Crimson's army is now predominantly longswords instead of the spearmen, so the unit advantage for him might just be too much for Casper, so he's going to be able to push in onto the berries now. Might even be able to get the druid, which would be a nice amount of gold for him to kill, for him to pinch. He's actually going to look at tasking straight onto the wood line and trying to snipe what he can there. Because he'll be able to get a couple of villagers here, so he will get one. Gets a couple of others low, isn't going to get them, but he's going to deny some good gathering time. And he is going to get the house here. And these druids are positioned all the way at the back here. Casper doing well to try and keep them alive, but he just doesn't seem to have enough at this stage. He needs to force out another production facility or two and get on food somewhere. He really needs to either get his Sacred Grove, Sacred Deer, or start getting some farms out, but by the looks of it, Crimson is going to get another couple of really good villager kills. Although a lot of them do get garrisoned back just in time. But Casper is really light on for forces at the moment, and Crimson is just streaming in units 3 at a time, and it's really allowing him to buffer really well behind this. If he starts getting these druids, it could be the death knell for Casper here. He's going to get the druids. He gets one of the druids. Decides to rally back and try and pinch the house now instead. But Casper just has so little on the field, I don't think it matters. I think he's probably better off going for the druids over the houses. So Casper finally managing to force Crimson out. But Crimson in a wonderful spot. He's got triple range, triple racks production. Got the second town centre. It's all looking really wonderful for him at the moment. He's got his own druids. Sending over some spearmen just to have a look. They're such a cheap, disposable unit for him at this stage of the game. Casper unable to move onto the rear side hunt, opting for berries over using the grove as a macro grove. Also a little bit punishing because the farm without the farm tech is just so slow, and then with the farm tech is the expensive option for sure. So I'm not sure if this is going to pay off for him, because Crimson just has a huge force at the moment. And is even mixing in some spearmen because they're so cheap, and he just knows he's got that much more of a unit advantage over his opponent. Casper down to 17 villagers, and it's 53 villagers for Crimson. I think this one's going to be over at the next push, guys. So it looks like Crimson's just scouting out the map, make sure there's no funny little proxies anywhere. So there's no chance of being forced off his own hunts anywhere on the map. Because if you can do that from here, it's over. He's not going to have enough to defend as Crimson maxes out here. He's not going to need to hit age 3. All he's going to have to do is hit the house cap, push in with max infantry, and a couple of ranged units just to try and kill the druids. And I think it's just going to be a GG in Crimson's favour. I don't want to curse him, and I don't want to talk down to Casper, but to come back from that big of a villager disparity truly would be something. And the market's already going down, so smart of Crimson to try and send some units there just to check it out first, because he just knows there's no units there waiting to catch the market units, market villagers. There's nothing up there gathering, and now all he's got to do is start scouting the south side. So Casper in his last stand at the moment, because Crimson now also has the druids, now also has the slingers. He's sort of really entered the third phase of the gameplay now, while Casper's sort of really stuck in the second phase of gameplay for the matchup right now, and just doesn't have the units to defend from here. So I think it's probably going to be a GG. And yeah, this first town center looks to be completely unsafe. The Sacred Deer now. Casper panicking to try and get units out. He's queued up Sacred Deer. Opponent's going to be able to capture those and take those back home. Another couple of barracks is being thrown up, but there's just not going to be enough to defend. Crimson has 6 production facilities in full swing now. off his 70 villager eco. So Casper, even with the villagers in here trying to repair, it's just going to be too much for him. Another barracks being thrown up. A couple of deer there. I love Caspers that can be claimed now for Crimson, and I think this will be it. So Crimson taking age 3 behind this. Casper's production is completely empty. There's not much he can afford to do from here. It's down to 21 villagers. He's got units in production, but that's it for his army. And Crimson with a substantial lead now. I think it's going to be over. And guys, I've got to go let my cat out, so I'll be a couple of minutes. And GG. Alright guys, so I'll just give you a quick wrap up of the stats. Sorry to take so long, I just had to let the cat out. And yeah, so after that early push from Casper, where he sort of didn't get what he needed to get out of it, Crimson was able to re-rally with the second barracks and throw up the third as well and just push into him, deal a lot of good economic damage early, and GG from there. So you guys, so I'll just swap it back to oh goodness, why does it do that? Why do you do this to me? So you've got series number 3 now coming up. What was the game? Oh, Tundra. Do. I don't even know why they bothered doing that earlier. So we've got Casper versus System. The game number 3 for series number 3. Alright. So where's System Glitch got to? Bugger. I don't know where System's got to. Okay. Alright guys, I need someone to fill for Crimson. I mean not for Crimson, for System. Because you can't make it till 2:30 UTC. And it's 1:05 UTC, so I'm not really just gonna wait around, wish you guys, and do nothing till then. I want to try and get a game going before then. Oops. Yeah, guys, big thanks to everyone who's been donating as well. I might be a bit of a whiny bitch from time to time about the game, but yeah, it's really lovely to see support from all you guys. It's really encouraging. It makes it all worthwhile, really. And come Romance time, we're going to have an awesome tournament, so I'm really keen for that. I'm just talking to Vita right now and trying to get him to come and play, because I need someone to come and play against Casper, because there's no system glitch at the moment. Yeah, guys, and I do want to give a quick shout out to Lacau for just donating $20 towards the Romans release tournament. So thank you very much for that, mate. Yeah, and it's really nice to support that Lacau, especially, has been giving us lately with the Cup of Beer 4th tournament, which ran over December last year. A really, really fun tournament, and we got to see some nice upset victories. There's really, really nice play from Verhoover and Caben, and Vindicator had an upset series over Striker, so it's a really good tournament worth checking out. So, but yeah, guys, I'll just be a sec. Just trying to get someone to fill in quickly. Yep. I'll just... Yeah, I'll be 2 seconds. got the player colours correct. Yep, map name correct. Casper player 1. Check, check, check. Oh. Just gotta make sure the players are ready. I'll just be 1 sec, guys. System back. Honestly. Everyone gets so fucking snarky about the organisation. It's like, if you cunts actually fucking turned up on time every fucking game, this shit would not happen. Honestly. What goes on in Europe and America? No one actually thinks. And so, on the bottom right corner, we have Casper. On the top right corner... So, in the bottom corner, we have Casper. At the top corner, we have System. We've got Egypt versus Celt. Enjoy your game. Fucking hell. So, we've got a storehouse being taken. And a storehouse and woodbine being taken. For System here, actually. Pretty smart of him to do that. Although this distance gathering, it's not so effective. In a sense, it really probably should be tossed onto these trees here. They're probably the most optimal position. So that distance gathering is probably going to end up hurting System a little bit here. Casper's barracks is going to finish up, and he is taking a second storehouse in the meantime. While System's barracks is going to be a little bit delayed. And he's actually distance gathering stone right now. Well, yeah, he will be sort of distance gathering that as well. So for now, Casper... He's probably going to look at forcing out an early spearman. He probably needs to cancel one of his villages in production to get out the quicker spearman. Oh, here we go. So System in the meantime is taking a house, even though he's only on 13 populations, so perhaps he was better off maybe saving up the wood for a dock, or throwing down an immediate storehouse on either one of these nodes to cut down on gathering time. So early house coming out now for Casper. System has already taken his, and he doesn't actually have any spears out yet. He's got one coming out now. So, although this is nicely positioned for him, so Casper actually unaware of what's going on over his opponent's side of the map at this point in time. But he may scout. He is going to scout the barracks, and he is going to scout everything up here. Our System really only scout out the barracks. Hasn't actually seen the spears come out just yet, because they're going to snake around this wood mine here. So they make it here in time to deal some good damage, possibly even interrupt the temple. In fact, Casper's spending another 3. They're across the field now as well. Probably should look at maybe going in. It's a storehouse now being taken on another hunt. Casper getting some stone at home now himself. So there's still no storehouses on the stone or the gold for System at this stage. And he's got a couple of spearmen up here defending this side of the base, but Casper, I think, is going to try and get everything all together and then go in, and he might even get a good interrupt on this dock. So he's going to come in, and he's actually looking back at home, so this isn't so good because he didn't get the chance to interrupt the dock, but he is going to go straight. Oh, he is going to go on the dock now and interrupt it, and he is going to go straight for the villagers over here, so he's going to get a couple of kills over here by the look of it, but there is already an axeman there, so spears are going to fall quite quick, and he is going to get the dock interrupt in the meantime. So System is going to be a bit locked up at home now. Casper a little bit behind him in terms of his, actually a little bit ahead of him in terms of the stone. Still needs to get the wood for the town centre, but he's not far off it, so he's just backing off after applying that light pressure. System actually queuing up a whole bunch of houses, going to throw them all down. He's going to get a whole bunch of villagers down this side of the map just to go into the berries. So right now, we've got Turtle Game, Snooze Fest. Come on guys, do something. So town centre's being thrown down for both players. Casper, a lot of villages in production, but it's really stopped producing military. He's actually stopped building his second barracks. Come on, man. What are you doing? What's this? Come on, you're off, you are. Finally. Alright. That was just in time. Any later, and I'd have told Optimal to kick you out of the clan. So nice force of axemen here, but they're just standing around doing shit all, while there's this force of nothing here, under defending, also doing shit all. Come on guys, please attack one another. So some spearmen coming in on the top side. And they're going to take 4 years to get anywhere. Why did neither of you just get a stables and build a fuck ton of cavalry? Finally. Finally the game is going to get interesting. So a single villager, probably going to try and proxy dock, gets picked off because it runs straight past the TC. Come on, bro. You're going to have to try a little bit harder than that to sneak that one in. So some spears moving out from Casper's base at about the same time that systems are gonna look at slowly moving on up like it's World War I trenches, but there's not a trench for the other side and immediately in front of you. So there's nothing going on here. The scout spots it, so Casper is going to be able to defend. And there's a watch post being thrown up that's just going to get deleted. Why did you not build it right on the inside of there so you can see units paving up through there? Big brain tips. Hey bro, get back to me when you're the strongest player on your continent. And then I'll start taking advice from you. So the spearmen get deleted, and these axemen on the other hand are going to come in and deal some damage, because there's going to be 8 villages that have to garrison. In fact, it's going to be 15 that have to garrison. And Casper's forces are on the other side of the map, so system is able to apply a little bit of pressure here and really slow down the gathering of Casper behind this, but system is also really struggling for food behind this. And doesn't have a lot at home himself. He's starting to get the camels out, but they are quite expensive in general, and for the food in particular. So Casper's infantry going to apply some pressure here, and system going to have to try and change up his tactics, try and force some more pullbacks here. And up on the top side, there's a priestess running for her life. She's still running for her life. This axeman's still running for his life. But the system is actually really falling behind on score in the meantime. Casper up by 13 villages while all this is going on. So system is actually spending a lot better than Casper, but isn't gathering as good as Casper. Got a big wood bank right now. He needs to really throw down production facilities, throw down docks everywhere, throw down a market. He really needs to make use of that resources, because having 2,500 of a given resource this early on in the game is ridiculous. It is ridiculous, you hear me? Do not do it. Spend, spend, spend. Spend like a centre-left government. So there's a shit ton of houses being thrown up now for Casper. He's actually starting to listen, but he's still up to 2,500 wood. Come on, man. Get some gold, get some food, get 10 production facilities, and just level system from here. You've dealt the early damage. His early damage did nothing to you. You built more villages than him behind it. You've won the game already. Now just A move across the map after you've built stuff. Maybe I'm starting to get a bit too condescending, a bit too carnage tier in my casting tonight. But I'm enjoying it. Maybe I'm being a little vindictive little bastard, but I'm enjoying it. So right now there's some camels. 4 camels at half an hour into the game. They're going to do nothing. Actually, they might do something. I'm going to try and be optimistic here. I'm just kidding, system. You're pretty good. But while they're sort of hidden away there, they're not making value somewhere. And Casper He's getting the H3 behind this. System is housed at the moment. But he's getting some houses up behind this. Casper is going to be taking his Long Swordsman, Combined Arms, and his Handcart upgrade. One day he'll find the gold mine key on the keyboard and get some gold mines as well, because it's really bloody good for your conservation. So do it, guys. But he's going to lose a worker. These houses are going to get interrupted here. He doesn't really have any cavalry of his own coming out just yet, because he's just throwing down the triple stables. And guys, if you didn't know already, if you've literally never played the game before, Celt don't get their stables till age 3 in PvP. Damn, that sounded really condescending. But it felt good to say. I'm going to pat myself on the back again. Zerton made the claim that the PvP Discord is just for Chandler to talk about himself. But that's not true. It's for me to talk about myself. And my show matches. So anyway, there's fucking nothing going on right now. Absolutely bugger all. We're all just hanging around like a bunch of union workers mid-shift. So right now the villagers building the third town centre are going to fall. And it's going to get interrupted a little bit, but there are horsemen here to defend. So Casper still has quite an economic lead over System right now. He's just getting Facebook food as well. Like, come on man, you got to spend some time. And it's a little bit slower on the age 3, but he's also dealing damage to the dock, which is also doubling as a market, which is what I was just about to say, because he's getting these merchant transports out of it. So he's going to be able to gather 200, well maybe not quite 200, 118 gold per trip. So that's a shitload. So the dock's going to fall with stuff in production. But there are some cavalry here to mop up the horsemen versus the camel riders. It's a pretty good fight for Casper. In the meantime, the Woads, they're really quick, so they're going to be able to just flank the heck out of these axemen, even though they get countered by the axemen. Going to try and get some kills on these villagers. Not going to be super successful because the town center's going to finish, but he's doing a little bit of damage. So it's 59 villagers to 53. System is actually caught up to Casper. What the hell are you doing, man? Build some villages. Build another dock. Build a market. What are you doing, Casper? You have 3.6 thousand food, which is wood, which is a little bit wasteful. What are you going to do? Spend the wood on something else? Come on, man. Just gather other resources. And so right now, there's a fight going on. It's a pretty crappy fight because neither player is actually sending units to counter the other player's units. What the hell is going on? What kind of compositional play is this, guys? Who's been coaching who here? But it looks like Casper is going to win this fight just because he's simply got more stuff. So this is basically pre-1700 ELO in a nutshell. If you've just got more crap than your opponent, you win the fight. Because neither of you understands counters at all, so you've just got units. So right now Casper taking a pretty decisive sort of fight here, because System's not able to gather at all off anything near this third town centre at all. In the meantime, there's not really much aggression going on Casper's side of the map, so System is really getting backed into a corner right now. Casper's getting some really high value kills, caravans, workers. He's really forcing System to force out axemen, which is a little bit weird considering he's got long swordsmen and cavalry. So the long swordsmen won't trade too well against the axemen, but the long swordsmen have actually got champion, while the axemen don't. So with even numbers he'd actually go okay here. Doesn't actually have the numbers though. So defenders advantage OP. Can we get this addressed, PF2K? Can we just nerf defenders advantage? Thank you. But it looks like for now, System is going to force his opponent back out. Casper has only managed to build 3 villages in this entire time, so unfortunately for him, he hasn't really killed System. System, on the other hand, fortunately for him, because Casper is trailing economically behind all of this pressure, he has a chance at holding here. He just needs to rally everything in at once and not lose too many villages. Get back to work, please. What are you doing? But it looks like, I take that back, System just might not have enough to defend Casper, rallying everything across the map 1 unit at a time, because he can't afford anything else. What the hell is a siege tower doing on this side of your base, on this side of the map? Are you expecting a forward fort from Casper or something, man? Because I don't see it happening for the next 3 minutes. So, right now, unfortunately for System, I'm sorry, man. I probably shouldn't have been this rude the first game that you played. Because GG. There's stuff falling everywhere for System at the moment. System said GG, but he's still playing on. It's just mind games at this point. Pure mind games from System. Can he do it? Can he hold here? Has System going to be able to hold? Can the one town center kill all of this? And the camel runs straight into the middle of all the units instead of taking on the nearest low health unit to it with town center fire. So I think System's done his dough here. There's longswordsmen now coming in on the south side town centers. And System, 58 villages to 66 of Casper, so Casper has finally raided him to death off his 0 TC economy. But in the meantime, the mind games from System. He's got the siege tower going in with these mind games, these crazy mind games. He said GG, but he's going to keep pushing him. Never mind. Okay, so on this side of the map, there's longswordsmen coming in one at a time, and they're slowly being chipped away at by 2 town centers. So this could take about 4 years for there to be a result either way. But I think things are looking favourably for Casper if he manages to rally off the town centre sometime this millennium and take on the Axeman because he's got the upgrade advantage. But no, he refuses to budge, and he's just going to lose all of his longswordsmen taking on the town centre, even though he doesn't have enough. So right now he's lost more longswordsmen than the town centre's actually worth, but he's continuing to take this mixed fight, which is doing nothing for him. Get these guys over here, killing units, man. Come on, man. Click here, attack this. Go on. There we go. So he's finally decided, I can't actually take the town centre. I'm better off taking the fight than the building. But now it's too late. So he's actually repelled once again. So System is managing to hold. So even though he's GG'd 3 minutes ago now, System is still in this game. He's still got a fighting chance. He's got the Chariot Archer. He's gonna do it now. He's gonna win it. He's in it to win it. So right now, more longswordsmen coming in. Is the only key on your keyboard S, Casper? Because all I see are longswordsmen. So right now the longswordsmen are still coming in, still with the upgrade advantage, still slowly working their way through everything of Systems. He might get this town center yet. He's going to do it. System's actually going to try and force up a tower instead of repairing the town center, which I think is a bit of a big mistake. Although, he's going to save it! 300 health. Unbelievable. System, you are a god. Your maths is so much better than mine. This is why you're in Codes. This is why Casper pays you the big bucks. This is why you are the face of Korean RTS gaming. Just kidding. You're a European. I didn't mean that to be offensive against Europeans, by the way. I just meant like, he's not actually a Korean. Holy crap, so in the meantime, Casper has no idea about any of this. Casper has no idea. Shh, 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 shh. No one tell Casper. Shh, shh. Don't tell Casper. He doesn't know. He doesn't. Oh shit. Now he will know. Casper. Nope, nope. Casper doesn't figure it out. So Casper's just going to take a fight. And System. Does System have enough to hold here? He's going to finish the guard tower just in time, I think, but he doesn't have very many units left. Like, his front line is just so much thinner than his opponent's right now. And there's no upgrades on the towers either, so... Wow, oh, but he does have Axeman Champion, so... Those Axeman Champion with their area of effect damage, nerf this please, blame Recon. Able to win that fight. Super OP. Nah, just kidding. The Axeman Champion are basically the strongest of the infantry v infantry once both have got upgrades, but till that point, it's actually sort of Celt favoured. This is really cute to see, guys. Are you just going to hold hands while we're at it? Oh, okay. So, System actually forcing Casper back. System taking a score lead now, so it's economically all System's way. He's only down by a couple of population, and he's got this really nice forward fortress, so the mind games and the Celt player Casper refusing to find his gold mine, his apostrophe key, his comma key, so he can actually build the gold mine there and deny the Egyptian player the ability just to do this and just kill him for free. So Casper's going to lose the villagers in this trade here. And System in a wonderful position on the south side of the map now with the war elephants. Casper taking his north side town center, so he's got age 4 over his opponent, but it's a huge investment. And System doesn't have a lot in the bank, but Casper needs to get a bit more gold to be able to make use of his other resources now. And he hasn't restarted that much. He's got this now, so this is alright. So he's getting about 100 gold each trip with that, so that's pretty good. And he needs to start up, he has started up his market line. So Casper doing a nice transition on his gold to all of his non-perishable. But in saying that, he really probably could have just thrown down a gold mine there and then got the villagers out safely, rather than worrying about trying to fight it with a tower and all that sort of thing. Let your opponent make this big investment because you can just come back and kill it later. But this is interesting. There's a nice number of champions mixed in. They're quite a tanky unit. They deal area damage, so they're effectively a better version of the Axeman, so to speak. What the hell? That one was just like bugged out on attack. That was weird. So Casper actually making really light work of System's forces there. He's got these Carpentum champions and they actually deal area damage. So they're a really, really strong unit once you do actually make that investment. And now he's probably going to be able to take these guard towers and this fortress out. So it'll be interesting to see where we go from here. Because I haven't really casted many games that make it to this sort of game length. And so we even see a little ram here. Just going to cut through that fortress like a hot knife through butter. System refusing to go in and deal some damage up on this top side. Just yet. He's saying, I want to get more fortress. I want more fortress. I need more elephant. Build elephant, win game. It's his philosophy right now. And he's even getting a workshop behind this, fitted in the stables. He wants it to have everything down on the south side for a nice big elephant and cavalry, and maybe some axemen to push in with. But there's carpenters, there's horsemen, there's champions, so he's going to have to play this out well. Both players are going to have to make use of counters Gonna have to try and snipe one another's siege units. Gonna have to minimize one another's damage from area. So it's all happening here, folks, in Project Celeste. But it looks like these Carps, they're gonna have to try and come back and deal damage to the elephants. The ram has snuck its way back onto the fortress, but I think it's gonna fall. It's a big number of Carps, but while they're all attacking the same unit and it's not the elephant, they're not necessarily being made the best use of, and so System defending here on the southern side, repositioning his army to try and make another attempt on Caspar, who in the meantime is getting some stone throwers to be able to deal a bit of damage to his opponent. So there's more static defense being forced out by System, who's up to 89 to 85 villages at the moment. These Carpentums, the area damage, doing some decent damage to the front line of Caspar's, and he hasn't got a lot of infantry left now. The chariot archers are pretty exposed. The champions are going to be able to force them right back. But Caspar, if he wants to save these champions, either needs to bring everything up or bring the champions back. So System is going to try and save those couple of villages. Is going to try and keep his chariot archers alive as best as he can. That area damage is going to come in good, come in strong, taking out 2 chariot archers there with that 1 champion. These champions, I might add, champion squared, 2 times champion. So the stone thrower is going to fall, but not before he gets one last shot off to take out the fortress. And right now System is having to scramble to try and force up another fortress with no front line to try and protect it with. And Caspar, he's already got his Age 4 siege, so he's sitting pretty right now. He's actually going to try and gold mine up this gold now. So good on you, bro. I'm sorry for my earlier criticisms. And while all this is going on, System only looks to have a single ram making its way across the map. And a worker. So Caspar is managing to push him back now off this southern side of the map hole, this little pocket push. There you go, Caspar. You can make fun of someone else now for playing like they're playing Age of Empires 2. And so, all the buildings here are now falling. Caspar, nice population lead over System at the moment, but System does have a single siege tower just heading over right to the corner of the map. What the heck is going on here? Caspar's merchant transports are all just stacked up on top of one another. He's sort of over-invested with them. He probably should have looked at maybe having one dock set up here and then one set up here, so he didn't have to worry about this happening. And now all these merchant transports are just sitting here idle. System, on the other hand, is actually forced back here and does snipe the dock. So it's still a bit of a back and forth game. But System is really down in terms of score at the moment. He's not got a lot of resources in the bank. He needs to get a lot more gold than what he's currently got. He has got the merchant transport set up, but I think he was a little bit slow to get on it. So right now the champions are making their way through, dealing some good damage on the town centre. Caspar really opening up System's main base now. This southern side town centre is going to fall in just a second, but in the meantime System is taking out his north side town centre. But Caspar as well, down on the south side of System's base, taking out all of his villages as he denies the fortress, as he's destroying the town centre. And these champions are just destroying the houses and army of System. So Caspar dropped back to 180 max pop, but System down to 155 max pop. So things are looking really, really bad for him. They're looking not that great for Casper, but they're looking even worse for System at the moment. But he is slowly turning the tide against this force of champions. It's taking ages, but he's actually converting a whole bunch of champions. Wow, so the Priest of Tar has actually managed to convert something like 7 champions in the end. He's just lost a whole bunch of them because they're so low. But he's actually converted a hell of a lot of them. So 5 champions in the end converted. They lose the champion upgrade. And Casper has actually cleaned up this ramp. Casper is also looking at pulling away from his opponent's market now, and it's going to try and deal some good damage onto the priests. Take the priests out first and try and back everything up here. He's got some good area damage, and his opponent hasn't really got a good counter force for the Carps. So the Carps, their area damage isn't necessarily as strong, but their outright damage is much stronger, and nothing really counters them here. They're doing a wonderful job at just forcing back System. There's another priest here within sniping range, so that's a big investment of 200 gold if Casper can find it. Does he actually see it? So he does notice it, he does kill it. And these proxy buildings of Systems are being cleaned up right now as well, so I think Casper has wrestled the game back in his favour. Safe to say. But System is certainly not out for the count. He's got his Age 4 behind this, he's got his Palantonons. He's still gathering pretty well. Probably needs to just get a couple more caravans and sit tight from here. I'm not sure what Casper's going to look at throwing at him next. He's actually going to try and kill up another whole bunch of Carpentoms. The AoE damage is nice, but I wonder if he's going to look at taking the Stables upgrade, because it'll make them faster, more resistant to snare. The later upgrade actually improves their health and damage a little bit, so that's certainly worth the investment, I think, if you're going to look at relying on the unit coming into yet another phase of gameplay. And he's already got these champions as well, so has he actually got the Bard Hall upgrades? He's finishing off the last of the Bard Hall upgrades, getting Call of the Bull. So that's going to add that little bit more damage to the Celtic infantry. Meanwhile here on the southern side, he's going to come in and try and raid all of these farmers again and try and snipe the market, because if you can do this, System is really going to be struggling. And right now System on the top side is already struggling, because the Axemen are basically just a weaker champion, especially if it's champion squared, 2x champion. So the 2x champions, the champion squareds, they managed to make their way through System's army of mostly Axemen and a couple of archers, and he's really pushing him back. And down the south side, System is getting a couple of towers, but it's just not going to be enough. The villages are going to get denied, Chariot Archer is going to fall, and System is going to lose his topside town centre as well while all this is going on. He's losing a lot of production facilities, a couple of houses, while all this is going on. And I think this might be too much for him. Casper sending in a big force of the Carpentoms. He's getting more villager kills, getting more caravan kills, more houses falling for System. GG. So I feel like System surrendered that game twice, but won it after the first surrender, in a sense. Because like, that was a wonderful back and forth, guys. Yeah, that was just phenomenal. So, System, early on in the game, basically had thrown in the towel, only to stick with it, come back, re-rally and take a couple of big fights against his opponent. And even now he's taking a fight with the Palantonon, just chipping away at his opponent. Man, what a game that was. Good game, guys. Pat yourselves on the back for that one. Sorry about all the harsh talk early on. Alright, so that's game number 1 for Series 3 for the Week 1 2020 show matches. And are you not entertained? Alright, guys. I'm feeling pretty wrecked. Alright, so we are back. We're doing a Ghost Lake game. Caspar has chosen Norse. System is stuck with his Egypt. And it looks like it's starting on us, which is always a good sign. We don't have to sit here awkwardly. I can't talk. Wait for the other two. But no, we've avoided that today. Well, this game. So, I will bring you guys the footage in just 1 second. And spawning on the right side of the map, we have Caspar as the blue Norse player. And on the left side of the map, as the red Egyptian player, we have System. So, for those of you watching that don't really follow the game that much, System Glitch actually works in development. I'm pretty sure it's to do with the website? Not 100% sure, but anyway, he's on development. Caspar, on the other hand, is a caster and a player. Well, a more serious player. Obviously, System is a player himself, but he's mostly an Egypt fan and a bit of a mixed bag of a player, while Caspar is pretty PvP heavy, plays a couple of civs, so... System is going to have to look at trying to defend, because Caspar is throwing up a barracks himself. He said to System to expect early aggression, and System has responded by getting the quicker initial barracks. Caspar is only throwing up his first with his scout at this stage. So I wonder what he's going to look at doing from here. Maybe a quick age 2 to get the TAs out. Because the throwing axemen, they're going to really hurt. If you can make a good timing of them, he can get in before his opponent's got enough axemen and the upgrades of them to really take the effective fights he needs to take. So, it'll be interesting to see what happens from here. System actually gathering off all of his sheep, because he's managed to find 9, which is really nice to see. And he's taking his first storehouse really late, taking a couple of early spearmen to help defend, and harassing his opponent's storehouse a little bit. So the reason why people do that is because it alerts your opponent, so they will most of the time stop to check and see what it is. Even if it only buys you a second worth of time, if it only costs you half a second's worth of time to do it, in theory it's worth it. It's sort of the mentality. So... now, System's still gathering off the goats. He's actually making use of the priestess, really, because he's getting the bonus conservation out of this. He's going to throw up a couple of houses to try and help give himself a nice early population buffer. I think Caspar is maybe going to look at going for an age 2 style pressure on his opponent here. But he said if he was going to rush, he needs to act fast. Or maybe it's just mind games. Maybe it's some sort of revenge on his opponent, in a sense. Because last game, System said GG quite early on and stuck around and held on. And actually had a pretty good hold. And a pretty nice back and forth with Caspar for most of it. So, I'd be interested to think it... I mean, I'm being inclined to think it's some sort of mind game from Caspar to say, yeah, I'll rush you, bro. And then go straight for an age 2 based tech. And then actually look at building shit. Because, I mean, he's got this early barracks, but... He's only got 3 spearmen himself. He's aging, so... It looks like a fairly feigned sort of gesture to his opponent. Because now, he's going to look at the TAs. Both players are on an even spear count. Caspar slightly behind in score, but has the stone to take his town centre a little bit earlier. Is pretty much even in terms of his wood. So he's actually a bit slower than System's age. And System just letting his spearmen out. He doesn't want them to get pulled too far away. Needs to protect that hunt. So he's going to protect that hunt. Casper right now getting as much wood as he can. He desperately wants that second town centre. System taking handsaw and adding a stables to his collection. So there's a town centre being thrown up on this second gold here. So System possibly could have interrupted that, but now it's a little bit too late. He's just going to be able to apply some light harass and just let his opponent know he knows it's there. That one attack, even well, when it's building, buildings actually take more damage when they're under construction, but the scouts notoriously do bugger all to town centres or to villages, and even to things like storehouses. The ranged scouts do very little too. And yeah, right now looks like Casper forcing out that second town centre for a fairly standard or greedy sort of approach, as opposed to the rush he said he was going to have. But being the Norse player, it's quite easily for him, if he goes really heavy on the wood, to get a whole bunch of production facilities up thanks to his infantry, which is quite unique because, as you can see, Axemen, they do not have any build options. Throwing Axemen have build options. That's OP, man. Alright, so got a stables coming up, and like I said, being built purely with the infantry of the Norse player to maximise his economic output behind this. So that's sort of their benefit. Egyptians, they get these priestesses, so their gather rate and their build time are faster on anything that they're actually rallied onto. And guys, I'm just gonna be 1 sec, because I'm gonna turn off the chat hider, because I'm gonna turn off my chat. Casper said his woodline sucked, but he didn't complain any more than that, so only the one complaint isn't enough for me to go, alright, I'm going to restart it. You got to say, Sean, this map is really shit, so can you restart the game? Please, thank you, I love you. So if you say that, I'll restart the game. So these cavalry are coming in, and this is really nice because they're not too far positioned from this hunt. So System moves in at the right time, which he's going to actually. He's going to catch these villagers mid-storehouse, going to get both kills. Casper going to be a bit slow to respond because he's just macroing up back at home. And that all gets denied. He's a little bit slow on the Raiders, and the Raiders don't trade too well for the Camel Riders. The Camel Riders counter cavalry, the Raiders, they counter ranged. So right now, things for System are looking good. But he's going to need to macro up behind this because he was a bit slower on that town centre. He's a little bit further ahead in terms of villagers though. Casper probably could look at maximising his villager production. He's taking age 3, but he's not producing villagers out of his other town centre. So Raiders over here, the Camel Riders, they're probably going to try and snipe something on the edge of Casper's base. I really hope they're not expecting to make it all the way across the map to defend, because they're never going to get there in time. Casper aware of everything going on in System Space right now, and it's going to pick up a villager for his troubles. Rally out just in time. Camel Riders, actually the same speed as the Raiders. Ooh, so he is going to lose one. And these guys have finally caught up in time. But they're still a little bit late. And Casper has a big force here, ready to intercept the camels. So he's going to snipe one of them, get one of them pretty low. Meanwhile, System throwing up a defensive tower. Casper's age 3 is kicked in. He's getting his farm upgrade. He's going to need to throw up his third town centre to justify the spending on it pretty soon. But garrisoning as the riders come in, so that's really good for him. He's getting a horseman now. Getting some more horsemen in production. So system unable to really make anything out of that. Caspar gearing up to go on the offensive now. These chewies are really good. So right now Caspar with a bigger force than his opponent here, but system is going to look at going in on something here on the south side, which is going to be the berries in his main base. He's going to give it a couple of good villager picks. In the meantime, he's going to lose a priestess for his troubles, and he's going to be forced back with only some cavalry to help him defend. There's going to be villagers falling from the farms, but meanwhile back at his home base, he's lost a lot of villagers of his own. So Caspar down to 29 villagers to System's 42. Caspar's economy really struggling right now, but in saying that, he's really heavily forward positioned here. This has sort of been a really quick fortress rush. This is like an H2 style castle rush in a sense, because he's got all these horsemen, which I guess are sort of the knights. He's got the fortress, exacerbated by the fact that he's got the throwing axemen, so he's got 10 things building it, and none of those things are any of his 29 villages. But that's a pretty costly pickup, because if System scouts this, which he does, but doesn't react to, he runs straight across the map with his camels, because he wants to try and get some more economic damage done in the meantime. I don't know if he even realised it, because there's going to be some barracks come up, which is going to be a nice spot, because it's going to stop anything from wedging itself in there to deal damage against that fort. So System going to try and deny the gathering here at home for Caspar, but is forced back here because of the fortress. Caspar still only got 31 villagers, so if he loses more, things are really going to slow down for him. System all the way up to 53 villages, 54 villages, so he's really adding more and more to his economy behind all this. Caspar has cut his villagers and is back to 31, adding one villager at a time. This other town center is effectively useless beyond being a giant tower. They're basically, just 8,000 health towers, these things, if you're not building villages out of them, and they're more than triple the price, so make use of them, guys. Throwing axemen coming out of these 2 Raxes, and he's also got Farbs. Gonna try and snipe the town center. Is he gonna have enough to hold though, because System is gonna reinforce with towers. Actually cancelling that one there, because he's like, well, it's too close, and I want to try and snipe this instead. But he's lost so much on the front here, because Caspar just has so many units here, even though he's only got 32 villages, which is only about half of his opponents. He's really applying the pressure now. So, System following up with some siege of his own, but he needs to try and get it from one side of his base to the other. And there's a bigger force of his opponents on his doorstep, so meanwhile, Caspar is slowly adding villages out of one town center at a time. Come on, buddy. Just get yourself on 80 villages and win the game. But he's really denying System's chance to come back here, because he's got so many Farbs. And he's destroying the stables. He's just constantly producing the Farbs, constantly producing throwing axemen out of this forward little force of his. Doesn't really have much cavalry here to assist it anymore. Just down to the one horseman who's actually rallied on villagers while the camel rider chips away at it. But has he done enough damage? Because System is garrisoning everything. He's garrisoned 45 villages. and is just sending them out again now, so things are really drastic for him. He's only just managing to hold here. He's got cavalry. But man, Casper, what the hell is this economy? He's only on 35 villages behind all this. And there's a siege tower coming in. So the main town center of Systems is going to fall right now. He does have this second one here on the south side, or this third town center still, but going to lose his Temple of Ratu. Come on, man, just take some kills and just be done with it, man. You're going to lose the units anyway. So Casper managing to hold here, only losing the barracks, building his stables up in the meantime as well. And he's done a lot of damage to Systems base here. Systems back down to only 52 villages, so the economic gap is no longer what it was, but man, from this point, Casper should have a huge lead, really. The fact that he's not continually producing villages up to about 65 or 70, and then adding markets and producing caravans till he gets up to about 85 or 90, it's really slowing down his economy from here. Because Casper should be well ahead in this position. He's destroyed 2 town centers as Systems, but Systems able to recover quite quickly. He's got 2 town centers on the way. Got that main one finishing up right now as we speak. So Casper, man, where have your villagers been? What are they doing? How many do you have idle? Right now, Casper's still going for this forward push and slowly chipping away at Systems forces. But System is resilient and he is holding on with the guard towers. This forward storehouse is going to fall. He needs to make use of these horsemen onto the camel riders. The System is in a position to recover here. He's got the town center advantage again, so he's managed to bounce back. But he's surrendered. GG! Systems managed to hold on that much, but then surrenders in the end. Oh man. What a funny game. What a weird game. Yeah, so the villager population. System with much better villager production than Casper, but eventually bowing out just because of the pressure of the build. But to be honest, if he had held a little bit better than that, he would have completely floored Casper in a sense, because Casper's villager production was awful behind this. And realistically, neither player got on a market. Neither player really made the best use of the fights, though it was good ram play from Casper, sniping those 2 town centers, really forcing System to have to get another 600 stone to actually build up behind that and get these 2 town centers. And then from there, I think System decided, well, I don't know if we'll be able to hold now. The cavalry have been reintroduced to the force, because for a while there, Casper was only relying on the 2 barracks production, even though he had all this back at home. And has finally kicked it back into gear, moved back onto 5 production facilities worth, and I don't know if System had enough to defend from there, but that's a GG, guys. For the last game now between Carnage and Vahuva. So I'll just be a couple of minutes and we'll get that underway. VR Hoover. Alright, so I think we're pretty much set up for series number 4. And Casper is going to join me for the casting. Yo.
There?
Yeah, man.
We on.
Oh. Sorry, man. I'm back.
Again on the Russian server. I think I did great.
You didn't build enough villages in the game too. What are you talking about?
What villagers?
What? Yeah. What do you mean? Yeah, exactly. What villages? At one point, you had 32 villages, and he had 60. Like.
I was like, I have 30 villagers. Maybe I'll drop some more farms because I need a little bit more Troaxmen into the mix.
Hmm.
But really, this whole strategy was based on build fortress, get Farbjord, destroy as many buildings as you can, and he will basically be scared because his building getting destroyed. And it
Yeah,
worked.
well, it worked. It worked. But in saying that, I mean, for most of that game, you were building villages only out of one town center instead of like building them both out of 2. Even though you'd have like 2 or 3 villages in queue, and it's like, well, you can get the villages out faster, and you know, maybe get another 5 or 10, and then it's so much easier to make the push.
To be perfectly clear, I was thinking that I would lose this map anyway, and I was preparing myself to go for the map 3.
Yeah, well, true. And just like you're sick and you've already played a series, so it's fair enough.
Yeah, maybe not sick, but my head is. I don't know why. I don't think it's blood pressure because I'm on the medicines, but yeah.
Alright, well, I'm going to invite
Anyway,
Hoover and
good
Carnage and go for a quick
first
smoke.
The first one with GG but not G was great.
Man, it was a good series to watch though. It's always nice to see people play really aggressive stuff.
You probably scream at me because I didn't rush him at the first game. And you're angry because people were late. I know you.
Oh man, I was spewing because people were late. Like, you have no idea.
So yeah, I'm not playing my best anyway from the last few days. I'm doing fails with economy and many things I shouldn't. Like, I'm forgetting about producing vills again. So I was like, if I'm not producing villagers anyway, let's just go with the starter strategy.
Yeah.
I don't need more resources. I don't need more resources than the resources I have to get to push my units out of the buildings and just swarm his base. And I mean, it won't work versus good player, but versus new players or the people who are not really sure about their victory. It's a great strategy because they will see that they are losing their buildings or that there are units swarming in their base and they will just leave.
Well, that's it. Like, I like the idea of going for really early aggression-based plays. But I'll just be 1 sec, man.
Okay. I don't know if I will play today Chandler anymore because my head is really. My headache is terrible. I don't know why. I will need to get myself like the blood pressure checked and everything. Because if I have too big blood pressure, then I will probably need to get more medicines. Yeah, playing on stream is really great because you basically can watch everything just after you played it. So you can see all mistakes you did. And I don't think the Age of Empires Online community is the one to, say anything wrong because you're trying to learn to play.
What's up?
No, I'm talking about playing on the show matches and on the streams. That is great to learn. Like, for example, the Happy Smurf was playing on my stream versus one of his friends, and I just basically did drop some things for him to do. Like, where he should add storages, where he should go for the economical upgrade and things like this.
Yeah, it's always good to be able to see replays and stuff and get constructive feedback. Not that I'm too good for it, because like I'm an asshole, but
At least you're accepting it.
Ah well, I'm thinking if I embrace it, maybe we'll go viral because I'll say something that's stupid. The whole world will hate me for it.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna launch here.
Maybe. I may be okay. It's starting. I may be out of the away from keyboard for the second in the middle of the game. So if I say be right back and just disappear, then sorry.
No, that's right.
Okay, so Carnage is Norse and Vancouver is Greeks.
Let's see if Carnage complains about his hunt. Oh no, he's already taken it.
Yeah. I hope you can hear my background.
Well, it's alright for me because I don't speak Polish. Yeah, if we got any Polish viewers, if any of you would like to translate everything Casper's family says in the background and send me a transcript, it would be greatly appreciated.
As I said before at my stream, I can't do anything about it because using language is not really the form that is accepted to give the information.
What, it's all in like slang and swear words, like everyone else's families?
No.
It's all in like...
I'm telling that I will be streaming when I'm with someone who is streaming, but it's not really that it's working. They still talking in the background and don't care. Yeah, I'm quite interested what will happen here because Norse art is not really good with water, in my opinion.
Yeah, but Carnage is gonna do it anyway because it's Carnage.
Yeah, because basically you start with less wood. Your dog is 200 Like for example, set sells 150. I mean wood, not stone. Oh my god. So you need to pay full price, and then adding the house is another 100 wood. So basically, you're spending a lot of resources.
Well, that's the price you pay. Sorry, I just wanted to quote a song lyric.
Carnage is going really heavy on wood right now. How many villagers do we have on wood?
He's got 6 on wood. Verhoover's also got 6 on wood, actually. So they really want to pump out the fishing ships, I think.
Yeah.
Because they want to play so bloody greedy into one another.
I mean, I like going for like starter for 6 on wood, 6 on food in the first age, just so you have a lot of resources after raging up, so we can start doing things.
I wonder if Verhoover's scout is going to catch these sheep. No, never mind.
No, he will
I was hopeful for him. I was praying.
Dogs. Is Carnage dog like in top of the map? Because I don't see the... Yeah, it's at top. So he's preparing for the trading.
Yeah, definitely. And scouting out to make sure Verhoover isn't.
Yeah, Verhoover went for safe first dog. Yeah, and the dogs of Carnage will be harder to raid because...
So Verhoover knows about the top door. Doesn't know about the second door.
And but he's searching if he's not getting dog at his side, so...
Yeah, he's just making sure he's not going to get proxied. Carnage is going to be a little bit slower on the stone.
Really easy. It's really easy here to get proxy dog, as basically both entrance get you straight at the water.
Verhoover's going to take a distant dock actually on his south side and scout out his north side in the meantime as well.
Chandler going, the whole community already hates me. This is my gem, I will sue you. Get the mic that do not catch background. They are quite expensive though. Wow.
What was that, sorry?
Yeah, the Chandler is rambling in the chat.
What about?
I should get mic that catches background, and whole community hates him, and some crying.
So this is interesting. It's a good spot for it too, because it's going to deny Verhoover the chance to put a dock anywhere sneakily down here. And yeah, really cut off cavalry in this position too, so...
Yeah, and basically adding the dogs at H2 will be good.
That's it. So particularly on north, it's a pretty smart play, because a safe outpost is really good, because yeah, it's basically another production facility. And yeah, when you're using it to protect this much of your waterline, you know, it's definitely worth it.
The map is big enough to think that Verhoover will go for Sari, and the dogs counter Sari pretty well thanks to the bonus versus cavalry.
So Verhoover, already getting proxy docked, unaware of it. Meanwhile, Carnage has made sure he isn't.
Welcome into playing against Carnage.
Yeah, welcome to playing against Carnage, because this other outpost is going to protect all the way from here to about here. So it's going to be almost impossible to find the chance. Basically, Verhoover's only chance of being able to do it is in this thin passage here.
Yep.
So already Carnage is...
Need to sneak villager there with everything. It's basically impossible for him to do it.
I've tried to do it against guys with this level of play, and yeah, it is pretty much impossible against Carnage and Eerie and Zerton to sneak villagers over their side of the map. Meanwhile, they'll sneak 2 over to yours on different sides, and you'll just be like, what the hell do I do now?
Yeah, we have trade ships, we have long ships.
Yeah, so he's in a wonderful spot. He's going to interrupt the first merchant transport with his second longship popping out shortly after.
And we don't really have enough wood right now to drop many triremes.
Yeah, exactly.
And he keeps spending it, so he will be able to like drop one trireme, and the Carnage probably will have second longships then.
He will have his third in production by then, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the merchant transport and the longship pop at the same time. And he's actually
Yeah,
popping in.
he's throwing trireme now, but it's too late.
Yeah, so that was fast on that, but it is a little bit too late. Because Carnage is going to be able to take the fishing ships. So he assassinates one. Gonna go for the one
And
just about to deposit. Oh, it gets really low
He's
too.
having his trade in the base, giving more villagers. Now the only option for the Vancouver is to quickly make an army and destroy the economy of the Carnage somehow on land.
Hmm.
But yeah,
I think he's going to wait for this third ship to... Oh no, he's not even going to bother. He's just going to go straight in. Because he knows that if he waits for his third ship, his opponent's probably going to get a second ship out at about the same time. We're actually using the merchant transport to fight too, which is interesting, but
I mean, it's not
it's smart.
really useful for him right now, so he can use it as the...
Exactly, yeah, it's pretty smart. Even if
Now
it
the
is just to
Carnage
tank some
ships
shots.
are close, but he's microing better, so he's losing less and less HP than the Vancouver is.
Hmm. He needs to focus a ship though. He's got a lot of damage out on 3 of them, but he hasn't picked any off yet.
Yeah, because basically he probably microing the ships with does the move, so he's
Yeah,
using the Lotus one.
but he's
But at the
probably
same time,
he's spending a lot better at home, I think.
Yeah, but Vancouver did spend a lot of resources on these triremes.
Hmm. Yeah, that's true. And defensive triremes on this map aren't really going to be helpful because they're so far situated at the back.
Yeah.
So he's actually cut... Yeah, Carnage has actually cut his longship production entirely. The Hoover only going to just now be able to get on top of his merchant transports. Carnage is going to be ready to get on age 3.
Vancouver have 4 ships on the water and 15 production, I think, or he did cut the last trireme.
Yeah, so
Because
that's...
he had like 1 additional trireme in production, I think he did cut it.
So in terms of useful population, Carnage is really actually up by about 7. Because that's 15 production. That's 15 population.
So Vancouver right now, not counting they're rather equal in population. If you don't count the
triremes, yeah.
the military, the triremes. And he's flooding resources. He just needs food, and he will be able to go to the H3 like Carnage. So he's not really that super far behind.
He's not that poorly off, and I mean Carnage, he's hasn't got a huge amount of food himself, and he hasn't already spent some on dogs, so and hasn't spent any on cavalry yet either. So it's not as though he's really hugely ahead in that regard just yet. But he needs to get a couple more fishing ships, because Carnage is actually really light on fishing ships on this south side. He's only got the 1. But I imagine being Carnage, he's going to play catch up with that now.
He don't really need that much of the fishing ships right now, taking into consideration that he's having a lot of food. He have 400 food.
Yeah, but he does. But if he wants to get something other than Bowman out here, then
I mean, if you won't go with Norse for the raiders plus infantry, typically you have enough food with that's a little production.
Well, that's true. But I mean, if he does want to go for that, and I've got no idea why he's sending this force up here, because they're not going to be able to take these on or run past them. They're going to take a lot of damage. Actually, in saying that, he only takes a little bit of damage. Or do you take a bit more than that? But yeah, you really can't fight them. You've got to really rely on being able to to run them up here. Oh, this is cool. So he is adding dogs. This is what I was going to say.
Yeah.
To be honest, right now, like with that upgrade being so quick to kick in, if you go double production on them, like this, it's so easy to get on the 24 and use them essentially like a cheaper, faster spearman.
Oh.
Because the dogs are going to be able to clear this up. Essentially, if Carnage gets more of them.
Age, just to this third age, but he's adding Razafari versus the dogs, and the dogs basically destroy them.
Well, that's it, because the Saris are so expensive.
The Bear is helping the Carnage. Even the map is against Vertigo.
But in saying that, Carnage is going to lose very little for this, because this is 150 wood and 25 food per dog, and Hoover hasn't yet spotted all this, so Carnage is actually not poorly off from that.
Hoover have counter to the Carnage archers right now with the
Saris. Oh, this is interesting. So Verhoover, completely unaware about this.
Yep. He will basically lose one villager and maybe this one fort, but this dog, he still have dog in the middle, so he can still trade.
Well, he can get Ballista Trireme eventually as well and destroy the fortress too, so... But in saying that, Carnage can build Farbs and destroy the dock, and look at pressuring with the Farbs down here too. Because this eventually... Well, Verhoover's held on to one. So... Which is interesting, but not too bad of an idea, because holding on to one can help. You know, deny.
The push from Rams of any sort is really annoying. I held game versus Verhoover a few days ago.
Yeah.
I don't know, it was yesterday or maybe before, I'm not really sure. But basically, I was playing Babylon versus his cells. And I somehow could hold my base, even while being pushed. I couldn't get rid of the Rams because they were faster than my infantry, and they were doing so much damage to the building because they can destroy building basically in 1-2 hits.
Yeah.
Like house, and destroying house is really annoying as you can't overproduce them like in other strategy games. So if you lose one house, you will always feel it on the population. Because in Age of Empires 2, StarCraft, and other games like this, you just make a little bit more. So if you lose one of them, you just have the second one somewhere behind.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, Verhoover should add some siege right now too. Because he got the army,
he's maxed out.
Huge, he has huge population advantage. Carnage have upgrade. He's doing Berserkers right now, and he's in Age 4. So if there are Berserker champions, then they're going to be really deadly.
Is Carnage gonna defend with just Bowman here?
And Verhoover did the worst thing he could, is backing off with his whole army to just destroy this fortress where Carnage is building up.
Well, he's gonna lose a lot of bowmen for this and a lot of infantry for this.
Yeah, he's doing upgrades right now, so, and his cavalry is doing their job, but
so both of them are taking a pretty bad trade right now.
If the Carnage get the Berserker champion, then it's going to be really tough for him to win. He will lead real advantage with cannon.
Yeah, well, he's going for it, I think. He's got 1,000 of each resource.
Yeah, he did get the...
Oh no, actually, he's got Age 4 already, yeah, you're right, so...
Yeah, he did get the upgrade for...
Oh, he's already got it, yeah.
He's
just Carnage things.
And with charge, this unit is basically... yeah.
They're gonna be hard to stop.
They have great area of attack. Only counter that the Verhoover really have right now is Toxodis, but...
Some Rams mixed into his army too, which is always nice to see. Stables being thrown up as well.
Vancouver needs stone, and he will be able to go for 8-4 and basically get like
Oh,
yeah, with H4 and all his best unit, he shouldn't have any problems. Because ballistas is crossbowmen. Because that's what this unit is.
Whoever's
Where are you going
sneaking.
with this army?
Where is he going with the Rams? Yeah.
Wait, and you see?
Oh, okay. He
it
wants to
was
try and get the dock as
It
well.
was like 99% finish and just one hit and it's
Yeah, and it's gone.
Rams OP. And I see people that are complaining that the Rams shouldn't be nerfed.
Rams are honestly fine. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, or if anything,
mean-
probably need a slight nerf again. You know.
I mean, for me, the damage they can do to houses and the small building is just destroying because
Well,
if someone
yeah,
gets the
I don't
rounds
know.
into your base,
It's hard to get them balanced right, to be honest. Well, get anything balanced right, but you know, to be honest, I think we probably shouldn't mess with them too
Yeah,
much.
look
Just
at-
leave them as
look
they
at
are.
the Great House. 2 hits and Carnage have like 10 movement less for maximum, but now the Berserkers are doing their job.
Hmm. They're really cleaning up.
Vancouver did get H4 and he's fucking down. If he get fast production of units right now, you just need to drop a lot of ballistas and yeah.
So Carnage is leaving his chief at the back right now and still pushing out.
But if you look at the
Oh.
Vancouver production, it's getting
Yeah, he's getting Gastras. So he's getting his age 4 counter to them, which is nice to see. But can he get it out fast enough? Because this is 50 of them, so he's going to lose a lot for this.
But if
a
he
lot.
let his Gastra gutter a little bit and stay in the
If he keeps the Gastras safe behind everything else.
yeah, if you look right now at the top, just one salvo is destroying single berserker with like 5 of them, so he just needs to hold for a second.
But there's a lot of berserkers still.
But
There's
the berserkers are just destroying everything.
and there's a chief even on the back here as well.
Yeah. With the
Carnage
fast
has held
transition.
at home, so he's going to interrupt this town center very well. Soon he's going to kill nearly all the villagers.
And the problem is he don't really have way to gather his units right now. He may produce them, he's lacking gold. So yeah, basically his attack killed him.
Yeah, so Carnage's
This
aid for tech up
situation-
has really done a lot of
The
damage
same
to him.
situation I had when I attacked. I couldn't retrieve my units fast enough and I was counter-attack. Counter-attack destroyed me.
Verhoover has no gold at the moment. He's
Yeah,
only just
because he was
kickstarting his
pushed from
income.
his gold mine.
Yeah, he was pushed from.
He have little.
Yeah, he's got nothing.
If the Carnage didn't back out, if he would stay and somehow catch this Gastra ball, he would basically crush everything.
Yeah, well, I think he's maybe even looking at pushing in somewhere else. Because he knows that Verhoover can't have much gold left. He's been pushed off the 2 mines, and he's just had to invest in the Gastras. Because they're really gold heavy as a unit. So if he catches this...
Chenla said that every ram in your army is less fighting unit in your army, but for 3 pop, you can get the unit that is able to destroy building of enemy in like 3 hits.
Well, that's it. Even though, he raises the point in saying that that's true, but in saying that your opponent is also incentivized to attack them with more than 3 population worth of units to kill them quickly, to deny them from being able to kill all your static defenses, all your production, all that sort of thing quickly. Yeah, so
break the wall in the second with the use of.
Oh wow! Carnage is just going to break for Hoover over gold here. He's going to try and mine this out quickly. Now that he's pushed him off here.
Vancouver needs to have a market.
He doesn't. Does he not have a market? Wow. Yeah. Oh no, he's got markets, but he really needs to protect them.
Yeah, now he will be running with his ranged unit just to catch the raiding parties, and it's never good.
Yeah, well that's it. Now they're gonna get pulled out of position. Be a little
Yeah,
bit too slow to
Nigel
catch
will
these, because these will be able to destroy some houses and production. And on the top side, Carnage will come in with something
they will
else.
just run around the base and destroy. I had the same problem. I was playing versus Carnage in the Sparta, and all Carnage did was urgent spears. I had like 40 plus Toxodis ball, but he won because I wasn't able to just move around my base fast enough to counter all the parties.
His control is...
If I did,
yeah,
and if I did break my Toxodis to the smaller groups, they didn't have a chance against big enough parties of the spearmen.
Oh, well that's it, really. Is that he can sort of get that slight unit edge and use the fact that he's just that good with control to just break down things like critical masses of archer balls with fucking spearmen. Yeah, and force positive trades.
Right now he would need like, Vancouver would need like triple wall somewhere. And some sort of towers or the fortress behind it to somehow do it. Because if you're going for the move,
here we go.
Now we have encountered to his units again.
Yeah, so with the Alphadans, he's just going to be able to march across the map with 75 of them. Because they're actually...
Ouch! No, Vancouver.
Yeah, oh, that's painful for him.
Move without attack. Oh man.
Yeah, but he managed to save most of them. But in saying that, the Alphadans, with 85 of them, they actually counter the Gastras. They're a one pop unit. They're going to absolutely demolish everything here.
Ouch. I mean, if he would have Hippa, he would probably be able to somehow do something, but he would need ballistas and Hippa and Gastros, and now he don't have defense. He's pushing, but you can see just
Carnage is just split off a third of his force, sorry, to go back and defend, and in the meanwhile, he's got 60 to raid with.
The Vancouver base is burning and crashing it down.
So the mass Alphadan transition proving to be the straw that broke the camel's back for Vahuva.
Yeah, the change into Gastra basically killed him because every Gastra is like 2 populations, so like cavalry. Even if this unit is great, you still need to support them with something. You just can't hold only them. Because then you have situation like this. And as good as they were versus the Berserkers, because they can kill Berserkers before they reach them. Then if you get the faster units, like here, for example, or Raiders for the cells, then you basically dead.
Have a look at their idle villages though. This is great to see. Like, have a look. The start of the game, literally nothing.
Give me a second, because now the Chenla is going seriously in a situation like this. The caster should clearly say game over and this person lost next. Because you know the result. It's not the tournament or anything. We are letting the players play till they say that it's GG. If the player is playing and having one, I don't remember I ever watched tournament where the caster said, "Okay, you lost, go out of the game." Vancouver playing versus Carnage, he said he will lose it. He will do his best, but he will lose it. Just let the man play his game.
Yeah, well, what the fuck, man? Like if let's say Vahuva does some fucking whack cheese on the next map and wins it.
First you were like lost time because I shouldn't play because I lost games fast. Then when I lost my first best of 3, you were like, oh, you shouldn't even play because you lost fast.
Yeah, well...
Then I did long game for the first game. I didn't check chat from that time. Probably you said something that I shouldn't play because I'm playing sloppy or something. And everything is always wrong. Positive. You need to be positive.
That's it.
I'm
Sometimes...
not playing,
yeah.
I'm not playing this game to read as someone is not having fun. I'm playing this game to have fun and
Just play
chill out
shit,
a little
man.
bit.
Pretty much, man. Like, it's not a tournament. It's not as if there's money on the line or something here. In fact, like, the more we run games like this, the more likely there is to be money on the line for AoE games in the future. So...
Excuse me, so you agree it's wasting time, yet you do not want to do anything with it. Can I hit this man? No, please, really, can I? Because... yeah, that's just... if I play versus Gricky, versus Carnage, or versus someone in the PvP, for example, in Sparta, I don't quit after I see the enemy player, so I don't lose points or something. I don't know if you lose or not, if you just fail after a second of the game. But I don't quit after I just see the enemy because I will lose.
Man, when I got into this game, I was fucking useless. And then I just thought, I'm just going to ASAP racks. Well, not even ASAP racks. I'm going to delayed racks, mass racks cheese everyone. And I took a fucking game off Zeus. Like, and I've probably, up until Community Challenge, I mean, either Community Challenge or Cup of Beer games, I've probably had one of the closest games with Carnage out of any mid-level player. Just fucking around with stupid rush builds, like, you know, the point of the game is to fucking have fun, like, and just to try to do something weird that works.
I started my PvP with
you should understand that
I was doing
terribly
until I changed Sif to something else, and then I was feeling better, and then I learned how to get better eco with Norse. Where do I need to put my villagers? What I really need from resources, and I still have bad economy, but I'm in the like lower middle of the players.
Well, that's it. You know, you win games with half the number of villages your opponent's got. Like, you know, it means that even though your macro is pretty ordinary, even though it means your macro is pretty ordinary, you must have some fucking really good strategies then. Because realistically, you know, your raids must be getting a lot of kills because you're not gathering enough at home to actually back it up with anything.
And then Chenla is dropping points in Sparta are irrelevant anyway. Yeah.
What's irrelevant?
The Sparta points. The ranking.
I don't know, man.
You won't do anything for this man. You'll just stay his sad self, sitting somewhere in the corner, saying nothing has sense. And then say that I'm the nihilistic one.
But I don't know, like, the top of the rankings is what, like, Carnage, Vahuva, Kaban, Borg, like...
Yeah.
I'd say it's pretty meaningful when that's, like, the last tournament winner, the second biggest and third biggest upset players of the tournament. You know, it's pretty significant then. Because, like, the only people that really aren't in amongst them are just the people that haven't been asked to play enough games because they're playing Arena instead.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and Chenla now saying that he liked to resign the moment he see he lost. Well, so with every
I can sort of...
going, you should... With every tower rush you're going, you should resign after doing it totally wrong. But yeah, really, man, just... I played StarCraft for a long time, and I never like the people who surrender after seeing that they start losing
Mm.
because I had so many games where you're losing,
And you win.
and someone make one mistake, so you win the game.
Yeah, oh,
because of
that's it. Or there's heaps of games where you've had a good lead most of the game, and you're going in for the kill. You fuck up one or two things, and your opponent just wipes the floor from you, turns the game around, and wins in the next 5 minutes. And it's just like, knowing that sort of thing is possible, unless you're like that fucking idiot Terran that only ever wins with proxy 3 racks outside the opponent's base, like right in the close third. Or, I mean, right in the distant third, so it always gets fucking scouted by anyone that gets a brain.
Yeah.
Especially against Zerg, because it's just like, my Overlord is going to run straight over that base. And then, basically, you pull 2 drones and 3 packs of Zerglings down, and they fucking quit. And it's like, you could have held.
Yeah.
You idiot. You could have held that and killed me.
My favorite thing is even one of the basic challenge is destroy Zerg Rush with just SCVs.
Yeah. Oh man, like personally,
So you learn how to defend against the 6 pool, and then everyone is dying against the 6 pool.
Personally, like, I fucking almost never cheesed on Zerg. Like, I pretty much would just play hatch pool hatch or bloody 2 hatch before pool, and like in low league, right? And because StarCraft 2 economy is the most streamlined, but
What
supposedly
is
not
economy?
brain. Yeah, it's the most streamlined, but supposedly not brain dead eco.
You said
You just press SD, 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 and then you've got 80 drones, right? And then you just like...
Now it's even easier because now they add more war race at start. When you did start with like 3 or 4, it was harder, but now when you start with like 12 or something...
Oh man. Zerg's easily the easy race.
Now Chenla is going... Now Chenla got offended. Now Chenla got offended because first I said people should have fun in game, and then I said he should quit tower rushing.
Alright, well maybe we should look at casting this game.
You said about quitting, you said about surrendering when you know you're losing. So basically start your first tower and surrender because you lose. Or do it well. I'm not saying that you should quit tower rushing. I'm saying you suck.
I mean, I suppose it can work, the tower rushing. I think...
I mean, tower rushing is here a really good strategy, but you need to start. It's totally different in any other game if you do tower rush, because your towers are super easy to destroy while they're not done.
That's it. It's not so much about actually like eventually being able to destroy the Capitol building like it is with, say, Cannon Rush in StarCraft 2 or tower rushing in Age of Empires 2. It's not like that. You literally are only going to get resource and area denial out of the towers, and you've actually got to go in with units to get the building picks. So,
I mean, you can kill every single villager because you're ranging all his resources while he's not ranging your towers, but yeah, you need to do it well.
Personally, I feel like one of the early game tower rushes that would be viable is something on Persia that is basically starting out with aid tent based play. Just because, yeah, exactly. And then you've got unit healing. It's very hard to actually punish poorly positioned villagers and things like that.
I like the game right now because the resources are quite balanced for the player. Vancouver is lacking a little bit of wood, but he just did throw the few Toxotes, so it's that, and he's losing some score, but he's still keeping up.
Yeah, it's nice seeing a GVG between these two, because I think Greek is Verhoover's favourite Civ too. Is he going to get this deny? He's going to get close to it.
It's strike too late, I think. Yeah,
A little bit too.
villagers
Oh,
will come,
he's going to get it
but
actually.
he will destroy it.
Oh no, but Hoover's going to repair it just in time. I mean, no, sorry, Carnage is going to repair it just in time, but Hoover's just a little bit too late there.
Yeah, with buildings, the fact that they are so easy to destroy while they are under construction is just tragic. Like today, my lose of PC because I have no way to fix it, and I was.
I don't know. Yeah, you do. You can defend it.
I was. Yeah, of course, without units at this point.
But maybe that's not the idea. It's just that because otherwise, I feel like if that wasn't the case, it'd be so hard to actually punish greedy play. But just the fact that you can force so many pullbacks and interrupt building so easily is what allows for early aggression to be so viable. So that not every start feels the same. Yeah, we got a pause from Carnage.
Hi, Spaniard.
Alright, Carnage is just complaining about the lag.
I mean, he did play versus the Vindicator.
So I'm not sure why it'd be super laggy, to be honest, because my internet connection is good. Just because I live on the other fucking side of the world.
And maybe because I'm co-casting, so you're sending me the things too. Next time, let's just try to go on the voice, and maybe I will host and be the one holding the game.
Yeah.
So we'll have 2 observers.
Maybe. I've got to look at getting you set up with the overlays. So you can actually stream it yourself on the official thing, and then I can just call you. Yeah. Because then, yeah, it'd be less laggy for them. Well, actually, would it? Because then you've got to send me the packets and back. Because you've got to stream to me.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, it's just hard to know for sure.
Yeah, we'll see. We need to try it in, like, between the challenges in the free moment. Don't know how much time will I have in my free time now because I'm getting back into uni from the Tuesday, so
yeah. Good luck with uni.
Bye freedom.
Oh, that was MLG Pro.
He did hide in the right moment, but the Workover don't really have enough spears to counter this, right? And he did see the Carnage going for the tables because he was trying to destroy them.
Yeah, so with this army of longsword Toxotes, if the Saris had found an opening there, they could have really dealt a lot more damage than that, in a sense. But it is a big unit count still, so he would have had to have been forced to pick between Toxotes and Villager to actually get a trade. And cavalry just in general are more expensive, lock up more population, so losing them isn't a good sign. Something you really want to minimize, probably more so than any other unit, other than maybe villagers, of course.
Man, really, I'm checking chat all the time, and Channel really is doing like real assault play right now. Going with that now when he will be playing show matches, he will prolong as long as he can, just to piss me off. To see how much I like it.
If Chandler prolongs the show match, he's fucking banned from show matches. Tell him that. Tell him if I catch him prolonging a game deliberately, I will fucking ban him middle of the series from the show matches.
Oh my god.
That's true. I'm sick of players fucking around. Like, it's not just your time he's wasting. It's mine. It's 20 to 50 viewers worth, if not more, if we can actually get this shit going. If we had people that weren't just shit at the game like him playing.
I have nothing against long game if one player who is still losing is trying to do something. Like for example, me in my second game when I was I was building farms on my second PC, doing something, trying to train some unit, do something to counter it.
I don't know. I mean, like, sorry to get that fired off, but like, you know, if he just means like playing a slow, greedy turtle macro game, that's fair enough. But if you're deliberately staying in when you're losing, like, to absolute insanity, then yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to just send villagers on every corner of the map and
yeah,
see there is just to prolong it, then.
But you know, if you're actually throwing down towers, throwing down production facilities, spending everything you've got, and not hiding anything other than maybe a proxy thing to like deal damage, like fucking a proxy workshop or proxy stables, like, you know.
And by the way, adding the units walking on the walls won't make Age of Empires 4 be like Stronghold on Total War. And the units formation, you can see units formation here, as these Toxodis are in a unit formation, these areas are in the units formation. In Age of Empires 2, I think you have box formation, other formations too. I don't remember because I didn't play the game for like over a year. But the units formation are basically in every RTS game forever, so...
So he's crying about formations not being in this, or...?
It's the same thing that was on General a few years ago. And by few, I mean I don't really know when. That you will have units on the walls and units in the formation in Age of Empires 4, so it's not the same Age of Empires anymore. I mean, 3 was strange with the capital system. That was not like Age of Empires.
That's true. I don't know.
But changing simple mechanics like formation of units, as long as every single unit is single units, then... Oh my god.
I don't understand why people whinge about AoE micro, because I think the problem is that they just can't micro.
Like, in which AoE?
In this AoE, like, honestly, every other AoE in comparison is clunky trash to micro in.
Yeah, look at the DE where every pro player right now have problem with microing the melee units, like for example knights or something, because they can basically lag on each other. And we have GG.
GG. Yeah, so Vhuva eventually tapping out, realizing that, yeah, he just doesn't have enough of a force left. Sorry about the lack of actual analytical casting that game, guys.
I got pissed and started rambling, and you were answering me. Yeah, but Vhuva was rather low on gold. His gold were outside of his base. He didn't really have force, and he basically get destroyed by Sari in this last raid. He did get into the enemy base, but he lost his whole army in like 2 salvos.
Yeah, so GG, pretty decisive series there between Vhuva and Carnage, but no doubt Vhuva is going to go back to the drawing board and pick some things up there. He's really improving a lot of the player as a player at the moment, and out of all the up and coming players, I think Vhuva is probably up there with Vindicator, with just how fucking scary he looks at the moment. So guys, yeah, GG, and well played. Thank you to Carnage, the recent Cup of Beer 4 finals winner.
Yeah, and thanks everyone for watching. You guys were here.
Yeah, so cheers guys, I'm off to bed. I think Casper might play for an hour or two and then head to bed eventually.
I have like 4 PM here.
Oh shit, hey, is it that early back in Poland, eh? Man, it's like, it's 1 AM here. Alright, well, I'll see you guys around, hey? And I'm going to try and organise something for next week, as always. I'll see you later.